Alright, I think we are ready to start. So let's do that. Hello and welcome everyone on Twitch and on YouTube. We will be casting a 25,000 SLP tournament from LFCarry Axie Open, and this is the second tournament that they are having. This one does have a 25,000 SLP prize pool where the winner will take 7.5k, and they also get invited to the championship series that has 50,000 SLP prize pool. So if you can't take part in this one because you were too late, you still have another opportunity, I believe sometime in March. Let me just double check when the next one is happening. They might not have a date yet, but there should be another one happening. Actually, top 8 people from this tournament, or from the open tournaments in general, get invited to an all-star tournament, right? So top 64 people get paid in this tournament, 75 SLP going to top 33 players, and then it increases from there. So it should be a fun one. First time doing something like this, and hopefully we can have fun. Axie faction here in the chat, hello. Just waiting for the first match to pop up, and then we will go from there. Thank you everyone that is joining both on YouTube and on Twitch. If you can leave a like on YouTube for the algorithm so we can grab some extra viewers. Expect a couple of hundred here, especially when we start getting to the grand final and final. And hopefully I will have more opportunities to do that for you, where I can cast a tournament. I think it will be a fun experience. We will definitely see some interesting teams, and let's see what pops through. I can already see one winner. So let's see whether we can find this match and start there. And by the way, how are you guys doing? I think for the guys in Philippines it is already evening time, so this tournament shouldn't be longer than 3 hours. Hopefully that helps you to watch the final and to see who takes it down. Thank you for all the follows. I might turn off the notifications for the time of the tournament so that we don't get any distractions and we respect the tournament itself. I also changed the layout a little bit so that we can focus on the gameplay itself. Let's look at what we have right here. And we do have a couple of first battles going 2-0, so let's start there. I will have to exit that, and we have... Let me just start this. And we do have our first guys playing. Let me just type in the names. I'm not sure who has which team, because I'm not aware of these, but I will be trying my best to figure that one out. And let's move over to the main screen. Hopefully that looks alright. No, I'm not blocking anything. Looks like I'm blocking the aqua on the right a little bit. Maybe I should move myself out of the way. Let me just correct that. Cam, video, as well as the LFC panel. I think I can squeeze myself in here, right? Is that gonna be alright when we see all the cards? I think that's alright, right? So now that we see every single card, I'm not blocking anything. Let's just add in the names of the players in the top sections, and then we can obviously start doing some stuff. So name one in the top right with Bird Bank and big condensed, and we do have player 1. Just for organizational reasons I will write player 1. Font size, we can make it a little bit better, 64. Let's do that, and then we can do, where's the outline as well? Oh, outline, here we are. Outline of 5 in the color of black. Just a couple more seconds and we should be good to go. Here we are, player 1. player 1, and then we can do the same for player 2. And this looks like a very standard team on the right, a team that I'm currently using at about 5,000 MMR, so it should be interesting to see. Okay, that went very well. Player 1, and then I will delete that and duplicate it in a way where we can copy and paste a duplicate. Okay, just one more second, right? Just one more second. Let me just get the player names sorted. I'm not sure we will need them because I don't actually know these players, and it's hard to figure out from the replays themselves who has which team, right? So, because it doesn't say on the replays. As long as they match on the Discord, we should be good to go. Where is the text? Oh, come on. Here we are. Text, new one. Player 2. Let me guys know on the chat whether you can hear anything in the background. If you can, I will try to sort that out as well. Outline 5 on the color black. Here we are. Player 1, player 2. It's 12:10 a.m. Okay, that's good for some of you in the Philippines. 12:10, is that after 5k MMR? No, 3k. Still awake, maybe we'll get lucky on this stream. We are not running any sort of giveaways today, so that's not happening. That is not happening. Okay, well, let's run with the first couple of games that we have right here. So we do have a plant versus plant on the front lane. One of them has a rosebud. I'm not a big fan of rosebuds on the front lane because you do have to anticipate your opponent's damage, and it's very hard to play it on the correct moment, especially if you draw it very late. Now, I do think that this is a good opportunity to play the rosebud. We can see that your opponent doesn't have enough damage to take this plant down, so playing a rosebud definitely a good one. A double crit coming from the Aqua helps to take this plants down, and having a crit come from the Ronin as well. We can see that the imp has triggered, and we have plenty of energy for player number 1 running the beast. He can now afford to just skip this round and then wait for his opponent to come through with the damage. Another crit. I mean, plenty of crits coming in from these two players, grabbing a series for himself. Now it's 6 energy to 2, and it should be a smooth sailing from here. Spiky with the Piranha is enough to put this plant at just 4 health, and it is a rough for player 2 right now. Blue Moon, Piranha and Oranda just not enough to take this Aqua down, and we see one struggle from player number 1, and that is that he doesn't actually have enough cards to fight this, right? He doesn't have cards to kill this Aqua. He played the Shrimp, but that didn't do anything. That just allowed him to attack the Axie in the back lane. Now a Goda as well as Ronin. I don't think the Ronin was necessary because now he again doesn't have anything that he can play. I think playing the Cottontail is again a mistake because he will not have enough cards to trigger a Ronin. He gets quite lucky playing the Ronin, but unfortunately it is a little bit too late, and the Spiky Wing Aqua will take this game down. So it is 1-0 for player 1, and I now can definitely change the nicknames because I know who won this game, right? So player 2 was the winner, and that is... I think the player name changing will take a little bit too long to make it efficient for this broadcast, but we will do our best. And this one, player 1, is Lord Protector. So that's the 2 people that we have fighting. Lord Protector versus JK Leonard, right? So it is currently a 1-0 towards JK Leonard. So let's find the next match. We will follow Mr. JK, see whether he can make it 2-0 in this series. Now running the double Aqua. I mean, the double Aqua with the Spiky Wing at the back is definitely in the meta. so he should be taking this match down, especially versus the Beast. I believe you can run a different team. I'm not sure on this one, but it looks like we will have a couple of scholars in the tournament, and those people only have one team available to them. So let's see what you guys are saying on the chat. Past midnight for some of you, and let's jump into game number 2. Same setting, an Acro Scarab on the mid lane with a Spiky Wing back lane versus a Shrimp as well as a Rimp Beast. Now we do see a round 2 combo coming through with a Spiky Wing, Oranda as well as a Piranha. Definitely would take this plant down to about half health, and then we see a Ronin with a double Imp. Now I'm not a big fan of this play. You obviously do get 2 energy, but then drawing an Imp later on in the game will be troublesome because you will not have the necessary cards to trigger a critical strike. So Cotton Sail to get some of that energy back, and then a Brick Wall on the front lane with a Rosebud, Sirius and a Pumpkin to make sure that this plant survives. And this is what I mean. Playing a Rosebud is definitely difficult because not only do you have to time it well, but you also have to avoid Scarab, which in this case, we are running on the wrong screen. That's fine, that's fine. Mistakes do happen. Nothing I can get you guys up to speed. First 4 rounds, Mr. Lord Protector has lost his plant, and it is not looking too good for him. Round 5, JK Leonard is going to attack that mid lane Aqua, speeding himself up with a Koi and then speeding himself up with the mid lane Aqua, so that Lord Protector actually doesn't have any speed advantage. All he can do is try to starve Leonard from energy, which is working to some extent, but as you can see, he draws an absolute worst set of cards, 4 cards on his mid lane Aqua, which has just died, and again he doesn't have enough damage on this beast to take on the Aqua. He can't speed himself up again. That's why I like Acro. Whenever you are playing a beast or a mech, at least that gives you an avenue to try and take on an Aqua, but in this instance all that Leonard has to do is just wait for his cards to come through, and then he can definitely take this beast down. Double Nemo will be enough to take the last stand, and that is JK Leonard moving on to the next round with a 2-0 win over Lord Protector. A little bit of a technical difficulty at the start, that's okay. All you need to know is that Leonard with the double Aqua is actually taking a 2-0 win, and we will try to follow Mr. Leonard to see whether he can make it through tournament. I think that's going to be a little bit better than just jumping around different matches. We can just find one person and follow them through the tournament to see how they are progressing. Also, if you are on Twitch, I will just show this right here. If you are on Twitch, you can type in !bracket and you will see the bracket for this tournament. So we do have 186 people that have registered, and that's how the bracket looks like right now. So we do have a couple of wins already, and that's what we will be following. Present, JK Leonard, well done to you. Well done for taking your first win of the day. Definitely must feel good. The first game didn't look as clean, but you did manage to pull it back. Running versus a Rosebud, you definitely need some timing on your side, but the beast at the back cannot handle a Koi backlane. So while we are waiting for JK Leonard to play his second match, let's try and find another one in here. We do have Donny playing versus Scrimek, so let's jump into that one. We need Origin now. We are getting Origin. All you have to do is just be a little bit patient and you will get yourself Origin. That's all you have to do. Just a little bit of patience and you will get yourself Origin. So let's do that. Let's jump into our next game, which is Donny playing versus Scrimek. Let's get that one ready, and let's not forget to change screens this time. That will definitely make it easier. So we do have Team 1 versus Team 2 loading up into our next match. And I do have a surprise for you in this match. Well, decide for yourself. do have Donny playing versus Scrymek. So this is the next match. Get ready for it, guys, because it is absolutely disgusting, as it is reptiles on both sides, but this one on the right should be winning this match, as it is 39 speed versus the 40 of his opponent. But let's see what this Sarastes round 1. Okay, definitely unconventional, but he didn't have many options. Running a Sarastes, not a big fan of it in the round 1. You definitely want to... Actually, no, playing versus the Dusk. The Dusk is the only one that triggers Sarastes, so might actually be an okay play. But then the Kotaro comes through as well, and you can't really do too much. You don't have enough shield on this plant to go ahead and shield yourself. A Cattail Beast does allow you to trigger the Ronin, because you need 3 cards for the critical strike to come through, but it is unconventional. Now we do see a double Acro and Risky Beast coming through for that Beast, and you do get yourself a little bit of card draw, but is that going to be enough? Now we will have to wait and find out. Kotaro value, there is no Kotaro value here, and it is currently 6 energy versus 2, but will that be helpful? We do have double Cottontail coming through, and then a Kotaro with double Tiny Dino and a Sarastes that takes down the mech, but he doesn't really have to do anything with that mech anymore. Playing a Risky Beast from a last stand actually deals 250 damage. Now talk about something being broken. Double Scaly Spoon and double Tiny Dino will be enough to take this match down, even though Mr. Scrymek, I believe, has played a double Bulwark. That will not be enough to defend this reptile. And I mean, having a 39 speed reptile at the end, at the back, is very, very helpful, because you do get more Kotaro value, right? So instead of having a 40 speed that doesn't trigger as much, you have a 39 that triggers that Kotaro much more often. Mega excited for Origin. Yeah, I can't wait to have tournaments on Origin. Reptile versus reptile, yep. Axie should have a chat box and an open mic. I don't think that would be a good idea. I think an emote chat, definitely. I think that's something that should be sorted. And I think maybe some sort of a messaging system that has pre-created messages, but an open chat, maybe not the best idea. It usually doesn't work out good in card games where you have an RNG factor. So let's jump into a second game of Donny versus Scrymek. He was scared to play the plant. Yep, he was definitely scared to play the plant. I mean, he did have a double Sirius on him, so it's not like he had an easy choice to play it. If he had a pumpkin on him, he would have been much better. I'm not sure if he was running... No, he's running Biden, so he doesn't have that much shield to play anyway. So let's jump into that game. And now again, we see that these nicknames have changed. So we do have Scrymek on the right, and we do have Donny on the left. And Donny is running this Dusk that has 41 speed. And let's see what happens this game. Acro, Risky Beast, and a Sandal coming through. A very, very hard hitting combo. And unfortunately, Scrymek is not gonna get any serious value, which already puts him on the back feet when it comes to the damage factor. You can see 186 health from the plant versus the 330 health of the Dusk. Mr. Donny is sitting at a much healthier state, but the Ronin Imp Not combo will be enough to take this Dusk down. But what it doesn't do is provide Scrymek with energy, right? So currently it is 3 energy to 2. We do see the Kotaro value coming through, and now we are at an even state. If it wasn't for that crit coming at 111 damage. Goda with Acro will not be enough to take this beast down, but the 2 cards coming from the reptile, which is a double Kotaro that will put Donnie at 3 energy, will set him up for a win. He actually doesn't trigger because that beast is slower due to the K-Tail, which I always forget that it has. A Kotaro, Tiny Dino and a Sarasti, that is a big investment to kill this mech down, but that's what you need to do to stay in this game. Double Bulwark, so a very defensive play. He's not going for damage, he's not trying to inflict any damage on his opponent, he's just trying to survive to the next round. Another critical strike from the Scaly Spoon, and we do see a double Tiny Dino coming through. Unfortunately, that deals probably too much damage for Scrymek to survive this round. We see double Tiny Dino coming through with double Sarastis. He doesn't have any range damage, and Donnie doesn't have to play any Scaly Spoons, right? He could just wait for the Bulwarks because he knows that Scrymek doesn't have any range cards. He didn't have a double Bulwark. Actually, he didn't have a double Bulwark. He didn't decide to use it, but that doesn't matter. He will take a 2-0 win for the first round, and he does move on to see another best of 3. For those of you that might not be aware of this format, it is just single best of 3s, and then I believe in the top 8 we are moving towards best of 5s. Open chat, especially in Philippines, would be full of toxicity. I think it would be anywhere. I think, especially on the lower ranks where people don't really understand how the game works, that wouldn't work out too well. Yeah, full toxicity on the open chat. And let's try to find another match. Let's maybe try and find someone that we have already seen play, right? I think that's going to be a lot better to just follow one person rather than jump around. From match to match, let me just look for one that might be interesting. A lot of games already rounded up. And what do we have in here? Are there top players in this tournament? Probably not, unless I'm not aware of them, but I mean, it's 7.5k SLP for the top prize, so it's not an AXS granted tournament, but it's just something that I wanted to cast, see whether I'm decent for it, and then see where we can go from there. I'm not sure there are any top players, but there might be. There might be some. There's obviously a lot of good players out there on the leaderboard. I think the guy that was playing in the first game, using the double aqua with the spiky wing, I think he could be higher in the leaderboards. Okay, looks like the guys have not played the round 2 matches yet, so let's jump into our next game from someone else, and then we will try to follow who they might be playing. Jody is here. Okay, JK Leonard, if you play your matches, then definitely let me know and we can follow you through. And we do have games coming in from Guy versus Pongski, so we will try and cast that one, and then we will do JK Leonard in the next round. So what we have right here is a Shrimp Beast versus Mech Bird, both having plants on the front lane, and this plant actually has bird ears, so I'm not very hopeful for this plant, but you can see what kind of teams are playing in this tournament, and that will give you an idea whether you want to play in the next round. I think from the teams that we have seen so far, I think even if you are a scholar, it's worth giving this tournament a shot. Just for the participation. I mean, taking home 7,000 SLP and an opportunity to play in a 50,000 SLP tournament is obviously a cherry on top, but just taking part and see whether you like it, right? So we do have Guy versus Pongski, right? Guy playing versus Ponksky. Those two people are gonna face off in this tournament. Before we start, what we want to find out here is whether the mech has a better speed than the beast. It looks like it's 47 and the beast is only 41, so speed factor definitely matters, but we do have a shrimp at the back, so let's see whether the shrimp can be played in round 2. Looks like Ponksky is gonna start off with a little bit of damage, Beach as well as Sirius for the energy steal, which will make it difficult for the Aqua to use its combo if it doesn't have enough energy. Now another Sirius and a carrot. Looks like Guy is showing off his patience, right? He hasn't played anything round 1, he hasn't played anything round 2, and now he decides to strike with his shrimp, which is an excellent timing because he also provides himself with enough shield to survive this attack from the bird. Now the bird doesn't have an eggshell, so he can't follow up with any other Axies to attack this Aqua at the back, and it looks like it should be a win for Guy from here on out, because there's no way that Ponksky can get to this Aqua in time, right? He has to get through the plant, he has to get through the beast, and this will not be an easy task to do. Double Ronin and double imp on the hand of this beast, but this beast is slower than the mech, so he doesn't want to risk it. He goes for the shrimp, and the blue moon double around that will be enough to take the mech down. And now with 4 energy and double Ronin on his hand, he can go for the full combo on the plant. 196 damage coming through twice with the double imp for 119. That will be enough to take the plant down and take game number 1. Can I give it a try, or is it already too late? It is too late for this tournament, but they do have plenty more coming in soon as well. So all you have to do is just join the Discord and stay up to date, right? Just see what they have coming up. They should have a couple of more open tournaments before they have their all-star tournament, which will have 50,000 SLP. So let's look at game number 2 from Guy and Ponksky and see who can take the series, whether it's going to be Guy or whether Ponksky can make the comeback. And let's jump back into it. Great timing on the shrimp. Yes, the shrimp had a great timing, and it looks like we are gonna have a mirror setup, but this time Guy is starting up with a Goda to make sure that his opponent is starved from energy, and now he has a difficult situation that he's been put in, right? Because he has a plant on 170 health, and he has to wonder, will my opponent try to finish me off, or will he skip this round? And it looks like Guy decides to skip, and Ponksky play a double beach. Fortunately, he does get a crit for himself, which allows him to stay afloat, because otherwise he wouldn't inflict that much damage. But then the Ronin and double imp combo will provide Guy with just enough energy to again go for the shrimp combo, which is a shrimp, Oranda and a double blue moon to finish this bird off. He does waste a little bit of energy because he went for a double post fight, right? So one of these cards was absolutely wasted, but he couldn't have predicted that. He needed to shield himself in case Ponksky was going for a backdoor, and now drawing the absolute nuts, double blue moon, double piranha coming into his hand, he can take this mech down, and in just 5 rounds this game is already over, and Guy is taking a 2-0 win in this round, and he will be moving on to the next one. And let's try and find Mr. Leonard, because I believe he already played his match. Leonard, have you played your games already? Or is that still happening? That was very fast. Yes, you will have fast games when there's a bird and a mech facing an aqua. That's all that matters, is speed and momentum, as someone would say. Okay, Leonard, then you can send the replays on the results channel and I will find them. My Discord name, it is Gugus as well. I should be able to find them in the official results channel if you have posted them in there, so you can tag me. What time will your stream be on Saturday? It should be around 11 AM GMT, so about 5 PM Filipino time. I haven't set an exact time yet, but it should be somewhat morning time for me, so that we can make it a little bit longer and give out excellent prizes to all of you. $300 giveaway and a 3 Pega scholarship as well. That's what will be happening. And let's try and find the next match. Okay, I see a match that went to... Any thought about the incoming Axie origin? Yeah, it looks great. That's all I can say. Now, Leonard, you've only pasted one game. Did he quit after one game? If he did, then I'm not gonna stream that one. Okay, I see a game that went to 3 games, right? So we have only seen 2-0 so far. Stay alert about the fake Gugus. I am banning a fake Gugus every single day, so I'm doing my best, but you can't do it all, right? Let's jump into a game that I see that went all the way to 3 games, rather than just the 2-0 win like we have seen. And let's change the screen. Okay, no wonder that game went to 3 games, because what we do have is a double plant versus a double plant, and it looks like I am blocking some things right here, and that is because for unknown reasons someone decided to go with a different setup. So let's put myself higher, and we do have Tibbs playing versus Louise. So let's adjust the player names and we will proceed. Tibbs playing versus Louise. So in game number 1, round 1, we do see Louise playing a double cactus with a watering can. Not sure this is a good play. I don't really see Tibbs using his aqua cards on this plant. I think he's gonna go for the back door to get rid of the mech, so that he can increase the chances of his plant winning the 1v1 or the 1v2 scenario. So I think the watering can is definitely a mistake, but in round number 2 Louise does retaliate with an attack of his own, and going for the double series, he actually does get value from it, which is huge when you think about it, for the energy efficiency. But now in round 4 we do see the full shrimp combo, and I think playing cards on that mech is already a mistake, and again playing a watering can is a mistake as well. I think this round should have just been skipped all around and then wait for decent damage cards to try and get rid of that aqua. And now we see that the plant has finally died, and the Graveland will definitely be a nail in the coffin for this game, because the plant of Louise does not have any range cards. So getting Gravelanded in this scenario is something that you cannot avoid, you cannot escape, and you will slowly bleed out in this game, and all you can do is pretty much surrender, because you will not be able to play a card anymore, right? And you see this constantly queuing up Bidens with Graveland, and you do get 3 cards drawn, so there's no way that you can actually run out of Gravelands Now he starts going for damage, double mosquito and a gravelant to start inflicting some damage, but this will just be a win for Tibbs, so we can speed that up, because I'm not sure anyone wants to watch a dying plant that can't play a single card. Round 11, they skip through, and Louise does finally surrender. So it is a 1-0 for Tibbs. How to join the tournament? The tournament has already started, so you cannot join it anymore, but you can apply for the next edition. So just join the Discord of LFC and make sure you stay alert of the upcoming rounds that they have. Let's watch round number 2 from Tibbs versus Louise. And it looks like in round number 2 there was a team change. That is something I've not yet seen, a team change in the middle of the series, right? So now it is a double plant on the back lane, but the plant on the back lane has changed to a gravelant, and it looks like Tibbs is one step ahead. He actually went with the Indus build of a balloon hair bird at the back and an acro scarab on the mid lane. Louise is starting with a lot of damage, not together with the hair, and a double cactus is going to be enough to take this plant down, because the knot has critically struck the plant of Tibbs. Now going for the acro scarab will inflict a little bit of damage. He does have a watering can, which has a little bit more value in this game because there's no backdoors, right? So he decides to go for a double watering can, something that I honestly don't recommend doing, but it looks like it pays off dividends in this round. It is 6 energy to the mere 2 of Tibbs, and this should be a very, very easy game for Louise from here on out. Hair, Eggshell and Peacemaker will not be enough to take the mech down, and with double acro he actually is speeding himself up just enough to outspeed the bird. So any card that he gets on this mech he will be able to use versus this aqua, and then he can use the plant to 1v2 or just to finish off that aqua in this round as well. Balloon hair just enough to take this mech down, and Scarab is actually an interesting play because he's not able to heal up and he's also running low on cards. It probably will not matter because the bird is simply too low on health, and he will not be able to do anything even if he has the perfect card draw of double hair, double peacemaker. I'm not sure why he didn't go for any damage. He should have used the double peacemaker because that's the only 2 cards that he cannot use when he's facing a gravelant, right? So if he did use, let's see this, if he did use a double peacemaker, would he have killed this plant? He actually wouldn't. So not that it matters, but it could have mattered, right? It's a mistake on the part of Tibbs, and Louise does take this game down, making it 1-1. Origin Aqua is really OP, or is it just a bait? I think they are quite OP. I think they're gonna get nerfed. I wouldn't buy anything before Origin is actually launched. Now in game number 3, what we see is that Louise is deciding to play the same team, but Tibbs has made a change, right? So Tibbs, oh, that's a mistake. Tibbs is now on the right and Louise is playing on the left. And the thing is here that now we have Graveland versus Graveland, but Tibbs is running the Scaly Spoon, so he does have a range card advantage. Playing the Watering Can, playing the Cactus and the series, not a big fan of playing Watering Can round 1, especially because your opponent doesn't have any kill threat, so I think that should have been saved. Maybe slight mistake from Louise. Now getting a crit from the beach for 202 damage definitely helps out a ton. Gravelanding the front lane plant, not a big fan of it, because he already used so many of his cards. You don't really need to Graveland him. You are wasting a card right here. Going for the balloon. Again, a fear that didn't need to be played because this plant is already Gravelanded, so using a balloon on a Gravelanded plant makes no sense. A Graveland in return on Tibbs's mid lane plant, not allowing him to play Mosquito in case he wanted to heal up, and the mech can inflict some true damage because the plant can no longer heal up. But what he does have is double Scaly Spoon, and he also has an Egg Bomb on this bird, so because this plant can't heal up this round, he will be able to heal up in the next one from using the Eggshell, right? So you go Eggshell last, and now you make sure that the bird is getting attacked, especially with Graveland, because the Graveland will not do anything to that bird other than disable its Peacemaker, which is not that big of a deal. And then Tibbs actually has to just draw one Graveland, which he did, and once he Gravelands this plant, that plant will be as good as dead, because the only ability that he has in his card set that is ranged is Graveland, and you will not kill a plant and a bird by using a Graveland, right? It's that simple. That thing just does not happen, and it looks like Tibbs is having a bit of fun just waiting for his perfect combo, double hair and an Eggshell, because you can never have too many cards, you can never have too many opportunities to play there. He does have a double balloon which he can use to make sure that the Graveland doesn't proc, and he should be taking this game down in this round. Let's see if that happens. Eggshell as well as a balloon together with Graveland. He actually doesn't kill him. Okay, let's see. Cactus, double zigzag and a Cactus, and it looks like we are on even terms right now, but Tibbs's plants can heal up with the Mosquito Bite, and playing the Graveland on top of it, he will disable Louise's plant. He can no longer do anything. He can never use these cactuses to try and kill this plant, and it looks like Tibbs will be taking the win for 2-1 in round 2, and he will be moving over to round number 3, moving closer and closer to the top 8 spot, which guarantees you a place in the Championship All-Star Series for 50,000 SLP prize pool, right? Scaly Spoon diff, definitely. That's a range card that allows you to win this matchup. Double Scaly Spoon and Graveland will take this plan down to a last stand, and in round 12, Tibbs is taking the match, winning by 2 wins to 1. How can you participate in such tournaments? All you have to do is just sign up. This tournament had an open registration. It was an open tournament to anyone. If you are a scholar, if you have a team yourself, you can join this tournament. There was no restriction. Anyone can play as long as you're here on time and you play your matches, you can participate. When will be the next one? That is a good question. That is a good question. Just join the Discord and they will be announcing when the next tournament is. They currently haven't given the date for the third tournament. They had one on the 2nd of March, they have one today, which is the 16th of March, and the third one has not been announced yet. And the fourth one will be the All-Star Tournament. So we have one more chance to qualify for the All-Star Tournament, which will have a prize pool of 50,000 SLP. And let's try and find ourselves the next match. The team diff there was scary. It definitely was. The Scaly Spoon does provide you with a little bit more opportunity in those 1v1 scenarios rather than the Cactus. Obviously you have less damage output in the early and mid game, but when you get to the late game you should be winning those. Hello everyone, hello, thank you for joining. We are currently live on Twitch as well as on YouTube. If you want to use the exclamation mark bracket or the exclamation mark scholar from LFCarry, then make sure you head over to Twitch. But we are multi-streaming on both platforms. Thank you to everyone that is hanging out. If you have any questions, I will answer them in the downtime, as I don't really want to break the flow of the tournament when I am casting. I think a green screen would have made it a little bit better potentially, but it looks okay. It looks okay. It looks like Mr. JK Leonard, which we have casted earlier, has made sure that his opponent quit in the next round. But I do have Mr. VJ, who has played versus a Kotomi. Now VJ is a person from my personal Discord server, so I definitely want to cover him. I think he's hanging out on about 2000 MMR, so let's see how he does in this scenario. Right, looks like he went 2-1, but we will find out which way that was, and it is a VJ versus a Kotomi. Which team VJ is rocking. I will put it here for now, but that might be wrong. So don't take these names too seriously. I will change them once I find out who is playing who. But it looks like we are getting our first double aqua front lane setup with a Rise, Golda and a back lane. Now, okay, that is interesting. That is definitely interesting. A unique take. The Pliers will help to crack through this plant, and then we can use the Aquas to kill the Aqua, and then the Beast versus the plant should be a smooth sailing. But the only thing that ruins this plant is if you face a double Cactus smacking in round 1. Now, playing the Angry Lamb and the Nemo, using the Nemo first is not the way to go. I think the Angry Lamb should have been used to break through the shield, and that way you would have inflicted more damage on the plant on the front lane. So a little bit of a mistake coming from the double aqua user. I'm not sure who that is. Now the Oranda, double Piranha and the Goldfish will be enough to take the mid lane aqua down, and it looks like it's going to be smooth sailing, a very quick match, probably ending up in round number 5, because you still have not cracked through the front lane plant. I think it's a little bit of an RNG difference because of the double Cactus round 1, right? So you're obviously not going to play Anemones in round 1 because you don't expect that much damage to come through. Now with the Ronin, Golda Steel and the dual break, and another Ronin, he actually cracks through this aqua. Okay, well, let's wait to see this. No, he's dead. Double chili bot Cactus and a Zigzag will take this beast down, but it got closer. He got closer at the end. Unfortunately, to start this series off, he will not be able to take the win, but I think because we do have a best of 3 series, he can pull it back. Now with the double aqua, just got a little bit unfortunate facing the double Cactus. Now let's swiftly jump into the second game of this round. I'm still not sure who is ahead because they don't post their teams, right? So in game number 2, we have seen a team change. The double aqua user has decided to put his aqua in the mid lane, running the double anemone, and instead of running it at the front, he puts a leaf bug carrot plant. Round 1, going for the disguise, going for the serious, stealing the energy and adding energy to himself. He is now sitting comfortably on 6 energy. He still has double Nemo in the bag, so he can get himself up to 10 energy, and he definitely wants to start using the rice to take energy from his opponent. Now his opponent makes the mistake of playing double Nemo. He definitely didn't need to do that to gain energy for himself, because his opponent does have rice, so he can steal that energy from you. You don't want to be playing a double Nemo when your opponent can steal that energy from you. Getting an extra energy from the disguise, he does put himself at 7 energy again. Now double Angry Lamb and double Anemone will not be enough to take this Aqua down. It actually is. Okay, I'm surprised, but he did have the Ronin to back it up in case it wasn't enough. And now versus a plant on the backlane, he should be good to go with his beast, right? He just has to wait for a full combo to come through, and then that beast, that plant should be as good as dead. Let's see how that progresses. A Ronin with a double Goda to make sure that plant doesn't have any energy left over. You can see in the bottom right he does have 2 energy, but at the end of that combo he is left with 0 energy. And if you don't have a full combo on the plant, you will not be able to kill a beast of that sort. Now going for the Ronin, Goda, dual blade and another Ronin, he will be able to take this game down. So we are now at 1-1 in this match, and let's see who takes the win in the 3rd game and whether we will see any more team changes. And in game number 3, we do see another team change. It looks like the person that was playing the plant at the back decided to give that idea up, and he went with a double Aqua. On the back lane, he doesn't have a 0 cost card, but he shouldn't need it. He does have the Star Shuriken to finish off any Axies that might want to enter last stand, such as the Beast. So let's see how that game progresses. Round 1, person that's playing the Pumpkin and the Carrot is running a double series. Unfortunately, his opponent does use all of his energy, but he makes a mistake of actually playing a Nemo round 1. You never want to play a Nemo round 1 if you are facing a series on your opponent, because he can steal that energy right back. This is a prime example of what we have just seen. A double series that gets maximum value, and then we see a beast from the back taking another energy from you. And now you haven't healed the plant and you are running low on energy. Goda destroys another energy. Looks like this beast is starving his opponent from energy, while he himself is sitting on a comfortable number. Another Goda in the face to starve his opponent. Ronin and the dual blade will inflict enough damage to put this Aqua within the kill range. And with Angry Lamb and a double Nemo, I'm not sure he has enough to kill him. Let's see, let's find out whether he has done the math correctly. Angry Lamb, 155, okay, he gets put in the threshold of dealing extra damage, so that will definitely help. And because he's speedier than the backlane Aqua, he can heal himself back up. Triple Anemone coming through with the Angry Lamb. He puts his opponent very low, and I believe that's Vijay at this point on the left. He should be taking the win. And Ekotomi decides to surrender this game, so well played to Vijay, taking 2-1 win over Ekotomi in a close match. We have seen quite a lot of team changes throughout this match. We have seen 3 or 4 different teams. We started off with double plant and an Anemone at the front, and we ended up with quite a lot of Aquas within the game, so well played to Vijay, and let's try and find another match. Okay, before we jump into the next match, I will do a quick run to the toilet, and then I will see what we have left. Just before I go though, make sure you guys check out LFCarry. LFCarry for making this tournament happen. Go to the website, go to the Discord, make sure you're on top of things when it comes to the next tournament, because they will have another round of a 25,000 SLP tournament, so you don't want to miss that one. And also, if you want to check out how the bracket is going and who is currently winning, then type in !bracket on Twitch chat. Alright. What else do we have? Let's try and find ourselves in the next match. Let's try and find ourselves our next match. Do you guys have any personal favorites so far that you have seen? Any favorite teams, any favorite players that you want me to follow? We can definitely do that. Just type in the chat. I am in round 4, Kept Dota. What about you guys? Well done. Well done. GG Godorise. Godorise was definitely the winner of that series. Ready Jet Go, thank you for streaming this. Don't worry about it. I'm here to stream it. Thank you to everyone that left a like on our YouTube stream, and thanks to everyone that is following on Twitch. I don't really want to take away from the tournament itself, so I'm not having any kind of pop-ups, any kind of notifications. I'm still waiting. I'm Johnny Bear in the bracket. Johnny Bear. Have found a JK Leonard who has a 1-2-0 versus a J at Tukas. So let's jump into that game, as we have started with JK Leonard. So I think it's going to be fun to try and follow his journey through this tournament, build up a little bit of a story. JK Leonard is the person that has been running the double aqua team, which has proven to be quite good, and it looks like he is continuing the same team facing a double bunny team. So we do have JK Leonard playing with the double aqua facing J at Tukas. What is up with all the J's at the start of nicknames? So we do have a Bugs Bunny team with a bug on the mid lane and aqua at the back, then a triple cute bunny as well with a fish snack that is not going to be easy to navigate around. So we do need to have a decent card draw from the double aqua player and see whether he can make use of this Nemo, because if you play Nemo wrong and you allow your opponent to take energy from you, that might as well be GG. So let's jump into this one. Round one, we do see triple cute bunny coming through. That is going to be a lot of damage inflicted on that plant. 114 damage from the aqua, 126 from the bug, and 114 from the plant, leaving this plant very wounded on 132 health, but also feared. So he needs to use his other Axies to clear that fear, and then he goes for the double antenna, which doesn't actually steal any energy. I think going for the double antenna in this round is actually a little bit of a mistake, especially on the dying plant. Now fish snack and scarab to finish this plant off, but also to protect himself versus an attack from the mid lane aqua. I think playing an antenna in the next round could be proven to be quite decent, and that is because he might be looking to play Nemo himself, but that's not the case. We do see a double piranha, spiky wing, and another piranha coming through, putting this bug to 68 health, so he's going to struggle to survive unless he actually has another fish snack drone in round 5, but I don't think that is going to be possible. So that bug is pretty much dead, and playing anything on it might be a mistake, especially except for the antenna, right? Because antenna does give you the ability to steal energy from your backlane antenna. So we can see one energy coming from JK Leonard and going towards J Atuka's account. Now playing the goldfish, what he wanted to do there is make sure that he's quicker than his opponent, but very well played from JK Leonard. He actually doesn't play any cards, which allows him to stay speedier in round 7, but what he doesn't do is go for the maximum damage. So now, actually very well played from JK Leonard. He only went with double koi, which means that he is sitting on 2 speed and his opponent is also sitting on 2 speed, which allows him to outspeed him and then finish him off in round 8, because if he played maximum damage in round 7 he wouldn't kill him, but he would speed him up more because of the goldfish. So well played, very well played to JK Leonard. I haven't realized that at the start of round 8, but that double koi play was definitely a way to go. We do have a raid coming through from Berry MX and Go. Thank you very much for raiding us. We do have a tournament going on from LFCarry, which I am currently casting. So thank you very much, Berry MX and Go, or Mango, I'm not sure how to pronounce that one, raiding us with 87 viewers. We currently have a 25,000 SLP tournament going on, sponsored by LFCarry, and the top 8 players will be moving over to an all-star tournament happening sometime soon, where there will be a prize pool of 50,000 SLP. The winner of today's tournament is taking home 7,500 tournament. And let's jump into the next game of JK Leonard, who is running the double aqua. Let's see whether he can make it 2-0 for this round and try to move on to the next one. He is already sitting at 3 wins and 0 losses in this tournament. Let me just remind you that this is single elimination bracket, so there's no second chances, there's no gulag, there's no double elimination, there's no losers bracket. It is 1 best of 3. If you lose, you are out. I believe in the semi-final and the final we are moving on to best of 5s, but let's jump into the second game. Call me Barry. Alright, Barry, thank you very much for raiding us, but now let's focus on the game. They have swapped places, so just a little bit of a visual change, and let's go. Let's see whether JK Leonard can make it a smooth sailing. We do see quite a lot of damage coming through in round 1. Acro with the double piranha, so that he doesn't have any energy available for Mr. Etukas to steal, and we see the double antenna coming through, but all he will do is feed cards to Leonard, right? Because he played the Cattail, and that allows him to have a couple of cards. Now with the spiky wing, he could actually look to kill this plant, but he doesn't do that. He knows that Etukas has already used 2 antennas, so there's less antennas to worry about. All he has to worry about is the cute bunnies coming through, so he doesn't actually want to play any cards from his plant, because those might miss due to the Thea. We do have the Scarab coming through to finish that plant off, so he will not be able to use any cards, and we see the cute bunny coming through, so that plant would have wasted its cards if he did play anything, and it looks like he actually played the beach, which is a little bit of a waste. But nevertheless, he is currently sitting at 2 energy. His opponent does have 5 energy, so you don't want to give him any antenna value. So using all of that energy is probably the best play that he has right now. Using the goldfish, using the cute bunny, it's very important to track how many goldfish your opponent has, because if you then want to go move in for the kill and you don't kill him, you will speed him up if he plays that goldfish, and then he can finish you off in the forthcoming round. Round 5, we do see a spiky wind coming through that will clear the stun, and then an Aranda that deals 162 damage to the bug. Double Nemo and an Acro to speed yourself up a little bit, and let's see whether Etukas can finish that Aqua off with the Goldfish and the Scarab, and it looks like he's just going to be short 15 damage left on that Aqua, and he is too slow to finish him off. We do see the Acro coming through, we do see the Piranha, and he will be able to steal 1 energy from him using the antenna. So it's now 4 energy to 3, and I think Leonard is going to go for the same strategy. So play double koi and try to finish your opponent in the next round, and that is a great strategy that I haven't realized in the previous round, but now I see the benefits of it. And then in the next round you can play the spiky wing to get rid of all the shield, double piranha and the Oranda. That will be enough to finish that Aqua off, and it is yet another smooth sailing for Leonard. 2-0, moving on to the next round. Hey, did you already cast my game? No, I have not. I am looking at the chat of LFCarry and I'm picking out games that I see. We have casted plenty of games, but before we find our next game, let's actually look at how the bracket is looking right now before we move on to our next round. There's a lot of people that already have dropped. Not sure how many rounds left we have. It looks like there's a couple of rounds left. I think we have started with a 252 bracket. I believe that's the way that it went. Let me just show you that on the screen. So we do see a couple of people that are already in round 4. Some of them are No Name, Crypto Diggers, Johnny Bear, which we need to cast in just a second, and JK Leonard, which had a smooth sailing through his bracket so far, taking out 2-0 from Lord Protector, another 2-0 from the Russian player, and then 2-0 from Atticus as well. And in the next round he will be facing Mark Genesis, so let's try and cast that one as well. And it looks like there's a couple of players that are currently waiting for their opponents. I do see Tiak playing GJ, so we might be able to find that one. Okay, I do have a game from Miko, who is playing versus Vandolfi, and it looks like the game went the distance. It was all 3 games played, so let's see whether we can cast this one and find out who has taken the win in round number 3 of this tournament. We do have a couple of more rounds left, and I will update you on the winnings from SLP from these players. So we do have Miko facing up versus Vandolfi. I'm not sure which team is which. I will put up the players' names right there. Vandolfi. So just as temporary nicknames, they are there. We do have Miko and Vandolfi. I'm not sure which team is which, but at first glance, let's talk about this matchup a little bit. We do have a plant at the front lane that's very defensive, doesn't have any attacking capabilities, but what it does provide you is with utility in terms of energy, plenty of energy, cards in terms of curtail, as well as survivability with the zigzag, and then the watermelon as well as shrimp has to do the work, right? We do see another watermelon beast, but unfortunately that beast will be facing up versus an aqua, whereas the mech will be targeting the dusk with his watermelon. So definitely a class advantage there, and let's see how that looks in game. Double disguise and watering can coming in round 1 just to stack that energy a little bit higher. We do see 5 energy in the beast team versus 6 energy versus the mech, and you see watermelon, double nutcrack, and Ronin is enough to take down an aqua. Now I was not expecting that, I'll tell you that for a fact. I was not expecting a kill on an aqua from a watermelon beast. That has surprised me. Well, let's see if the mech can return the favor. We do see a watermelon Axie and a double hair that takes down a dusk, and then the plant from the mech team is using a curtail, double zigzag, and a watering can, which will inflict a little bit of damage, but I think using the watermelon right now was not the best of ideas, because you know that your opponent has already used quite a lot of his beast cards, so he doesn't have many left. Now double serious and a disguise is a great play, knowing that your opponent is sitting on plenty of energy because he already played his double disguise, so that is a very good play from the plant. And now we see a bunch of cards being played. That is 16 cards being played in this round. We see the watermelon coming through with Axie's hair as well as a hero, but that is not enough to take the kill. Now we see a double knot with Ronin. Let's see if that is enough to take the kill, and that might just be enough. Ronin deals 164 damage to the mech, and making sure that it's a kill, and this plant is not having a fun time, inflicting 6 poison stacks on himself just by attacking his opponent's plants. And now all that the beast has to do is just wait. Play the yam, play the pumpkin, and wait for your full combo from the beast so that you can kill this plant. We are up to 10 stacks of poison. I think we're gonna get 11 stacks of poison. Now that is something that we have not seen before. 22 damage coming through with every single card that is getting played, and the plant will announce surrender in round 8. So we do have 1-0 for the watermelon beast at the back. In game number 2, nothing has changed. We haven't seen a team change, and that is because I believe the Aqua can actually kill this beast, right? He got a little bit unlucky that in round 2 he lost his Aqua due to a full combo from the beast. So let's see if this game can be a little bit different. Again, watering can round 1, not a big fan. Why would you play it? You are wasting 1 energy effectively because that beast will not be targeting this plant, especially in round 1. I think in round 2 that would have been a little bit more put to a better use, right? And now let's see if the mech can return the favor. Going for the watermelon, Axies and double hair. We have seen this in the last round. That is enough to take the kill on the dusk. The pumpkin will remove 1 last stand tick from this dusk, and now we see a shrimp coming through with the piranha as well as the blue moon. I think the beast could have used a little bit of a better positioning. I think moving the dusk to the back would have prevented him from shrimping him in this round, so maybe an error in the positioning from the beast, right? So we do see a quick comeback. Round 6 surrender from the watermelon beast, and now it is currently 1-1, and let's see who takes a win in this round. Kept Dota just won 4 games now in round 5. Well done. We again don't see any team change. Maybe these two folks don't have another Axie to be changing, but I think a change would definitely be needed. What I would like to see coming from the watermelon beast is putting the dusk at the back, right? So that the shrimp is actually focusing on the dusk rather than on the beast, because if you watched last game, then you would have known that the shrimp would have attacked the last stand dusk if that was on the last possible lane. So let's see if anything changes in this round. We don't see the watering can coming through. We just see the disguise together with the cattail, and we have 6 energy versus 5 on the watermelon beast. First time in 3 games this dusk is seeing some love. We do see a wing shot together with the double chomp, so this Aqua will not be able to shrimp because he has to clear the stun first. So very well played from the dusk, making sure that it is put to maximum efficiency. Now watermelon, Ronin and a single knot will be enough to get rid of this Aqua, and then a serious as well as this guys will make sure that we stay energy efficient with the dusk. Now it's 8 energy versus 4, so we should be seeing some cards coming from the mech, and we do. A watermelon, double Axie kiss and a hair will be enough to get rid of this dusk, or at least put him in a last stand, and then the plant will almost finish this dusk off with a disguise, double zigzag and a watering can. He was trying to prevent the beast from killing him, but the beast did not go for the kill. Now what is interesting to see is that the mech will actually not kill this beast. He doesn't have enough damage. The Ronin is the main damage provider from the beast, and with him playing the watermelon, double knot and a Ronin, we have seen that previously this combo is enough to take this beast down, and the plant with the zigzag, disguise, cattail and watering can is left helpless, and we will see a repeat of game number 1 where this plant is just slowly killing himself, inflicting extra poison stacks. Actually the beast will shorten his suffering. Going for the double knot, the Ronin and then the knot from the mouth will be enough to take the win. So a watermelon beast at the back is taking a 2-1 win over a shrimp Aqua. How can you join the tournament? The tournament has already started, but if you move over to Twitch and type in !Scholar, you will see the Discord of LFCarry, and you can join the next tournaments that they have. Those tournaments are open to anyone, so you can join at any time and take part next time you see Thanks for killing my suffering. Yep. Thanks for shortening it, so I don't have to suffer anymore versus that beast. Now let's see if we can find any interesting games. It looks like JK Leonard has already played his next game, so let's try and find that. Maybe we can move over to Johnny Burr as well, as we have seen him in the next rounds. So that could be interesting. Okay, let's move over to Johnny Bear. I think we've seen him in round 4 or round 5 already, so it looks like he's doing quite well, and I think it's worth showing what Johnny Bear has to offer. He is playing versus Alan Gum, so let's try and jump into that game. Hello Saeed, looks like we are finally gonna get some meta teams on our way. Let's just change the name. Johnny Bear facing off versus Alan Gum. That is our next matchup, and what we do see is double bug, but it does have a snail shell at the front, and we also see a pokey lamb backlane with the balloon. And now this team might struggle a little bit with the reptile, depending on how fast the sandal together with the aqua can get rid of these bugs. Now starving a reptile from energy will definitely be very helpful, because he can never get his might bite, or actually his Kotaro bite value from the aqua unless he clears the bugs. So that's the analysis for this match, and let's see who takes the win in game number 1. Starting off just firing on all fronts, we do see the Angry Lamb proccing off together with the Pokey, which deals 177 damage when you have 2 bugs. And the Golda together with Acro doesn't deal that much, and we see Cattail coming through so that the Aqua player can actually stay card efficient, because when you are playing versus a discard deck, not having a Cattail will hurt you in the long run. Risky Beast, double Nemo, and a Golda will just be enough to take this bug down. It actually isn't. 3 health left on this bug. I think there is a little bit of a miscalculation there, because he played the Sandal as well, and the Sandal is not going to trigger. So we see that the bug team is taking in the lead. Fear coming from the balloon, the Risky Beast misses. We have the Tiny Dino coming through, but that doesn't do too much. It only clears the front lane bug, which was 3 health, and we see another Koi coming through with a balloon, which will be enough to take a kill on this helpless Aqua at this point. Double Pincer getting rid of 2 cards from this reptile. I think we have just seen a bug where one of these cards didn't actually get discarded. Tiny Dino, Kotaro, and double Scaly Spoon deals a little bit of damage, but it's nowhere near close enough to kill this bug. And now it's 4 energy versus the 3 of Johnny Bear. He plays a the reptile player plays a Bullcord as well as Tiny Dino, but again that is not enough to take this bug down. And with Parasite as well as Fish Snack, he plays just enough shield to protect himself, but the reflect from the Scaly Spoon allows him to kill the bug finally. Now we do see Pokey, Koi as well as Angry Lamb coming through, and let's see whether that is enough to take this reptile down. It might just not be enough. Let's see whether that is enough. 110 health left on this reptile, and it looks like Johnny Burr is actually going to take the win over this Aqua with a double Tiny Dino. Very impressive game, I'm not going to lie. I thought that the reptile is as good as dead, first facing a bug that he cannot kill, as well as facing discards that he cannot get through. Wow. So it looks like it was Johnny Bear that played this reptile, and let's see if we can see anything different in game number 2. I mean, this game started off with the bug at 3 health, surviving for 2 rounds more than he needed to, and then the mid lane bug was kept alive for the next 3 rounds. The reptile was struggling for cards, struggling for energy, yet he still managed to navigate his way into a win. Very, very impressive game from Johnny Bear, and let's see what happens in game number 2. In game number 2, we don't see any team change, so Johnny Bear is still running a reptile at the back, and he's facing the double bug team from Alan Gum. Now, I don't like what I'm seeing already, which is the triple aqua card from the plant. I think that is a mistake. First of all, you trigger his beach, and second of all, you use your aqua cards, which you definitely need when you are facing this mid lane aqua. Now, you lose your bug on the front lane, which is not necessary. You could have just played a sticky goo, and now you lose even more cards, and this game is going from bad to worse with every single round. We do see the double pincer coming through, but Johnny Bear does prepare himself, and he does play the curtail, allowing himself to stay afloat with the cards. He's now he actually now has more cards than the discard bug himself, which is never a good sign, right? If you're running a discard team, you should have higher card count number than your opponent, but that is just not the case. And in round 5, this bug is going to die, and even though Johnny Bear doesn't have any energy left, he will be good enough to play versus this aqua with whatever energy he has left, because after he kills the bug, he can start using Kotaro Bite, which gives him extra energy. So in round number 7, he can go for another Kotaro Bite, or he could have just went in for a kill. So 1 Kotaro Bite and double Tiny Dino would have actually killed this aqua. I think it's a little bit of a misplay to give this opportunity to Alan Gum to still strike. Double Pokey and Angry Lamb, he will actually kill himself due to the reflex. So another well played game from Johnny Bear to take a 2-0 win, and he moves on to the next round, which I think is round 6. So we are getting closer and closer to the top 8, which guarantees you a place in the All-Star tournament, which has 50,000 SLP as a prize pool. Is that a real live? It is indeed. I hope that answers your question. Cryptomaniac, hello. It is GG. Lost round 5. Kept Dota, that is unfortunate. Leonard, you too. Oh, Johnny Bear, you actually lost. Unfortunate. Cryptomaniac, long time no see. Hello, hello everyone. So it looks like we are rapidly losing players. Let me just have a quick glance at what the bracket looks like so far. Looks like we are in round 5 with a couple of matches happening in round 5, and it looks like round number 4 is getting on the way. Round 6 is actually the quarterfinals, and round 7 is already the semis, so we are getting closer and closer to the top 8. So we need to find a couple of round 5 and round 5 matches to see who makes it to the quarterfinal. So let's see whether we can find Johnny Bear facing versus Crypto Daggers. Let's see who takes that one down, as that game decides who makes it as the first player into the top 8 and guarantees himself a place in the All-Star tournament. Game number 1 from Crypto Daggers versus Johnny Bear. round number 1, Joni Bear on the left, and we do have Crypto Daggers on the right. Crypto Daggers on the right. Let me just pull that name a little bit to the left, and Crypto Daggers is running a reptile at the back, but what we need to find out is the speed of the reptile. So the speed of the reptile is 39 versus Johnny Bear 40 speed reptile. Now 40 speed is actually really bad because you're never gonna get that Kotaro bite value, right? So the 39 speed in theory should be taking this game down. Having a front lane Aqua with Timber is very interesting because you're always gonna get that higher shield facing a plant. That's why a lot of people are running a front lane Dusk. Round 1, he does go for the Piranha, and we do see a Hare as well as Goda following through with that damage, and now that plant is down to 250 health, but he will get a lot of damage with his double sandal and a beach, which has had its damage increased due to the shield breaking. Now we do see a lot of shield coming through with the Timber. You can see 200 shield on that Aqua, but he did play a Nemo, which I think is a mistake because there are double Godas out there still, so there's a lot of pressure on you to not have any energy when you are facing a double Goda, and now he does return the favor with a Goda, but unfortunately he doesn't destroy any energy. So Crypto Daggers currently in a little bit of a favorable position in this match, having a little bit more energy, and he can actually sacrifice this mech. He doesn't decide to do that. He goes for the Acro and a double hero just to get himself a couple more cards drawn, and then a Scaly Spoon to inflict a little bit more damage on the Aqua. 101 damage, leaving him on 152 health. Single Acro coming from the Aqua, and then the Kotaro Bite to have some energy left over. Double Kotaro Bite will leave Crypto Daggers on 2 energy, and then 4 energy in the forthcoming round. Kotaro Bite and a double Bulk Ward, a little bit scared. It looks like he might have panicked a little bit, but the unfortunate part is that Joni Bear playing the double Tiny Dino, he will actually inflict quite a lot of damage to himself due to the double Bulk Ward from Crypto Daggers. So now double Might Bite, double Bulk Ward, and they are on relatively the same health, right? So let's see who can take the win first. Joni Bear deciding to go for just the double Bulk Ward, which is an interesting take. Question is, did he have enough in the tank to kill him, right? And I think it's interesting to see that double Tiny Dino deals close to 300 damage, and then with Scaly Spoon and with Kotaro Bite, he might have had enough to take this game down, but unfortunately that is not the case, and Crypto Daggers takes the first game, and it is a 1-0, and let's see whether he can make it 2-0 in the next game and be our first player that moves over to the top 8 and the quarterfinals of this tournament. Am I hosting this myself? No, I'm not hosting this myself. I am just a caster commentator. LFCarry is hosting this tournament, and I am just hoping to cast some more tournaments in the future, right? Because this might be something that I want to do. So this is the first cast that I'm doing. It's a solo cast, and let's see how that goes. And then if that's good and some people see the potential here, then I might be able to do some more casts in the future, right? So game number 2 between Crypto Daggers and Joni Bear. Let's get that on the way, and then I will see how much SLP you actually guarantee yourself when you make it to the top 8. But before we do that, let's have a look at game number 2. So game number 2, Joni Bear, who is currently 1 game down, facing versus Crypto Daggers, who is playing a very unique Aqua on the front, and Crypto Daggers decides to take it slow this time, facing the double Beach and a Goda from his opponent. He doesn't panic, just plays the Timber, make sure that this Aqua is safe, and it looks like he wants to save some more energy and some more cards. Facing the Might Bite and the Sandal, that would not be enough to take this Aqua down, and he has another Timber and a Teal Shell, so you can see the amount of shield that he is able to put up. That is 280, 307 shield on a 48 health Aqua. Now that is a brick wall if I have ever seen one. Mech coming in with the Hare, coming in with the Hero, which is very close to take this plant down. Tiny Dino will be enough to finish it, and then the Cattail with the crit is still not enough to take an Aqua of this sort down. Now a Goda and an Acro. This Aqua is finally sped up enough to take the Aqua of Crypto Daggers down, but it might just be a little too late for that. It is round 4. We will see Tiny Dinos having effect in round 5. Kotaro Bite definitely helping to stay energy efficient, and we do see a double Goda from the mech, which doesn't do too much, but it almost kills the Aqua, and that almost might be the difference between a win and a loss. We see another Tiny Dino coming through, and let's see whether Johnny Bear can pull a win from this one. Going for the double Might Bite, I think skipping on the bulk ward would actually be a better choice to make sure you have enough energy in the next rounds. Double bulk ward, again, very defensive option. Rather than going for the damage, he is going for the shields. Double Kotaro and double Scaly Spoon deals 120 damage on the health, and now let's see what Johnny Bear can think of to try and take this reptile of Crypto Daggers down. Unfortunately, he is speedier, so that means that the Kotaro bites of Crypto Daggers will always give him energy, and he will have that one extra resource to work with. Bulk ward, a single bulk ward, what a name. Round 9, and that will not be enough to protect the reptile of Johnny Bear, and he will unfortunately drop out in round 5, just missing out on the quarterfinals. But we do have Crypto Daggers moving in to the top 8, which guarantees him a spot in the All-Star tournament that will be announced soon, and that tournament will have 50,000 SLP as a prize pool. Now let me also find out how much SLP he has guaranteed himself by reaching the top 8, and it looks like top 8 has 750 SLP, so he is one more win away from taking home 1500 SNP, and obviously the grand prize for this tournament, the top one, will give you 7500 SLP, which is something that's worth playing for, right? Especially when you are a scholar. I think that is something that you might want to look forward to and take part in. And if you want to take part in a tournament like that, then all you have to do is just join the Discord of LFCarry, and they do have another open tournament coming in soon. We did have a tournament on March 2nd, now we have a tournament on March 16th, and there will be one more open tournament on a date that hasn't been announced yet. Cryptomaniac, where do we see the bracket? All you have to do is just type in ! bracket, and you will see that. How much SLP is top 16? 350. 350 is top 16. Once you played 476 shield on a front lane Timba. Now that is disgusting. Don't you get tired from commentary? You need a co-host? No, I don't. I think solo casting is quite fun. Okay, let's try and see whether we can get another game in here. Let's have a look at the bracket, see what's happening in there. Do we have any more people that have reached the quarterfinal? I know that Crypto Daggers is the first person that has managed to do that, and it looks like we don't have any more quarterfinalists. We do have quite a lot of round 5 matches, which is the top 16 matches that will dictate who makes it into the quarterfinals. So let's try and find a game here. You got 200 SLP. I think you could have done better. I think your team was good enough to make it a little bit better. Not sure which round you dropped out on. I can't remember the exact matchup, but I think there was potential there in that team, definitely. But there's still one more shot that you can have. There's plenty of Axie tournaments that will be happening, and you can definitely take part. It comes with experience as well. Let's just wait for a match to pop up. Now it might slow down a little bit because we actually have to wait for some of these people to finish their matches. We still have some people playing round 4, and we have some people waiting in round 6 already. Manish Kumar. Let's see who's Manish Kumar. Opponent had God Reptile, yeah. I think with Spike queuing you can win versus God Reptile though. If you play it, you need a little bit of luck, but wanted to join, but my team is full of pure aqua. You can do work with that. You can definitely do work with that. Do I think of your Golda Aqua? I'm not sure which one you're on about. The mid lane one? Not sure I know what you mean. We are still waiting for a game. Waiting for a couple of these round 4 matches to finish up. And then we can jump into our next game. God Reptile is blocking me from 2100. Yeah, I've had the same issue. All you have to do is just buy a Graveland plant in Mosquito. It's the way to go, right? Definitely the way to go. Okay, looks like we might just get a game going from round 5. Round 5 game would definitely tell us who makes it as a second person into the quarterfinals. Here we are, another round 5 match, and that match is between Ayuyu and Karma. Ayuyu or a Juju? I'm not sure how to pronounce that one. I guess it depends on a couple of things. Go the Aqua instead of a Mech or a Beast, since there is guaranteed energy of Nemo. Yeah, I think an Aqua makes sense, right? Also has a little bit less damage versus a plant, so it takes you longer to get through a plant and then use the Might Bite value. So let's see what we have here. It's a Juju and Karma, or Ayuyu. I'm not sure how do you pronounce that. You can guys tell me in the chat. and then we have Karma as well. So what we have right here, let's just digest it before we jump into the game. The first team on the right, we have a Dusk that has a Goda Beach and a Sandal sitting at 486 health. That is a decent amount, and it's a very standard double aqua setup, right? So we do have a Risky Fish, Acro, Risky Beast, and then backlane Kaku, but his opponent does have a very tanky front lane with Yam and Sirius, just energy control, and then double backdoor, double Toothless Rage with the Cerastes. That will be very, very tough to break through if you don't have Spiky Wing. So let's see how game number 1 goes. Looks like round 1 is just going to be a all around skip, and round 2 is also going to be skipped. And now this is where it gets very, very difficult, because if you attack this plant, then you might run into a pumpkin, and in this instance the double aqua is running into a double pumpkin. Now if you don't attack it, then you run the risk of losing your backlane aqua. Also, if you attack it, you might run into a double Yam or a single Yam. That is going to be problematic as the longer the game goes, right? So now we see a Blue Moon, we see a Koi, and it does inflict 2 poison stacks on the Cuckoo Aqua, and we have a backdoor coming from the Toothless Ray Dual Blade, and then double Juggling Ball as well, almost taking this Aqua down. It is left on 45 health. So there will be 11 turns played before that aqua dies, and we do see another grass snake coming through to inflict some damage on the Dusk, and then another backdoor from the mech to finish that aqua off. I'm not sure that was necessary, because that aqua already didn't have any cards left on it, and the mech player should definitely know about it, but he does decide to finish that aqua off, which in my eyes is a little bit of a waste. Now let's see if this mech can actually 2v1 this scenario, right? He's only on 2 energy, which is nowhere near good enough. He didn't actually draw a disguise on his plant, which again doesn't help him, and now we see double beach coming through, and with that crit he does not stand a chance versus an aqua that has a Risky Fish and a couple of other damage cards as well. So it looks like a Juju is taking a win over Karma. So I had those nicknames wrong all along. Now loading into game number 2. Let's see whether Karma can pull his game back and make it 1-1 to decide who makes it into the top 8. Now if you get into the top 8, you guarantee yourself a place in the All-Star tournament, but it doesn't look good for Karma. He already lost the first game. Looks like round 1 is going to be a skip again, and in round 2 Karma again doesn't have a disguise or a card to pair with his disguise, and it looks like he will lose that front lane plant once again in round number 2 without getting any Yam value, without getting any Sirius or disguise, which is terrible to see. He does go for the backdoor on the aqua, but he uses plenty of cards, right? So he's left on double bone sail and a twin needle on his mech, which is not enough. He doesn't use the bone sail, which is actually a good play in my eyes, because he knows that his opponent doesn't have many cards to attack with as well. So now going for the double bone sail so he can get some cards back is going to be a play that needs to be made. He decides to go for the back door, which is an interesting take. Double bone sail not enough to kill this aqua, even with the twin needle as well. That aqua only goes down to 150 health, and with 1 poison stack it will take a long time before that aqua is dead. Now we do see another skip coming through from the mech player, but facing a 500 health Dusk and an aqua in the back lane with no way to speed yourself up, Karma will not win this game, and it looks like a Juju will take 2-0 win and guarantee himself a spot in the top 8. and also making sure that he takes home 1500 SLP. But if he pushes forward to win this tournament, he will take down the grand prize of 7500 SLP. Now let's just wait whether there's any secret crits in here. Double twin needle coming through, and that Dusk is left on just 63 health, but a single Goda in the face of Mech will be able to take this game down, and AJJ makes it 2-0. So it looks like the tournament might just slow down a little bit because we wait for a couple of matches to get finished. Let's just refresh the bracket, see who has jumped into the top 8. So far we have Crypto Daggers in there, and we do have a Juju. I don't see any more players fighting for that place. Gabby versus Mark Genesis might be our next game. Looks like Gabby has beaten Carl Boney, so let's see whether that is the game. Okay, so it looks like we're gonna need to wait and see who else we can cast, but a couple of matches need to finish before we get our rounds ready. So if you guys got any question regarding the tournament, let me know in the chat. If you got any question at all, let me know as well. Okay, looks like we got a couple of matches that we could possibly cast. We do have Chris Johnell coming through. Let's see where Chris Johnell is. Chris Johnell playing a round 4 match. I kind of want to see round 5 matches. Chris Johnell versus Sly. Both of these games have been finalized. So we do have one round 5 match going on. We should see there's 2 round 5 matches, so we will see who makes it to the top 8 once we get those games available to us. How to join next time? All you have to do is join the Discord of LFCarry or join my Discord where I announce tournaments, and then you can stay up to date that way. Do you think there will be a buffer week before Origin update? No. Origin will be launched as an alpha season with no monetary incentives, so you will not be making SLP in Origin until the game is stable, it's balanced somewhat, and that period will probably take 4 to 6 weeks, right? If you guys got any questions regarding the tournaments or myself, make sure you leave them in the chat. Also, if you can leave a like under the YouTube channel so that more people see it and more people can join the next tournament next time, or watch me cast some other tournaments, then I will appreciate that as well. While we are waiting for the next game, we can have some questions from the chat if you are unsure about anything. Odin Cido, hello, how are you doing? Thank you for the follow. Thank you for all the follows today. I do have the notifications off because I don't want to take away from the tournament itself. And we should have a couple of matches coming through in just a second before we get into the top 8 round, where everyone will have a spot to see who makes it into the All-Star tournament happening probably next month, with 50,000 SLP as the grand prize. So I expect the winner to be taking 15,000 SLP, which is already a good prize. You can probably build a team for 15,000 SLP, so taking that home is not too shabby. I see that Philia has taken the game here. That is a round 4 game. So let's try and get a game from Sly. I see that Sly is currently fighting in round 5, so I think it's worth covering his game in round 4. Show the bracket. I will show the bracket after this next game that we have going on. Then I will show you exactly what is going on. So one more game and then we'll jump into the bracket. And this game that we have right now, it is Sly facing Manish Kumar 1133. Again, we do have quite interesting teams, right? We see a double bug Pokey, which used to be very much in the meta in last season. It is still currently very good in season 20, but we have a very interesting team, a team that you don't really see. Graveland front lane with no eggshells or nothing to take away that targeting option from the plant. I think Graveland, not a good card on the tail. I think I would have liked to see something different, maybe even a Tourney or Hare or Shiba, whatever that deals damage at the front. I think Graveland is a little bit useless. Is my tournament open to everyone? LFCarry is making this tournament and it is open to everyone. So in this game we have Sly versus Manish Kumar. So that is my initial thoughts on how this game might go. And let's join the action and start playing. We already see round 1 being full of cards. Double Nemo to get some of that energy stacking up. Then we see a Nutcrack as well as Risky Beast coming through, and a Red Ear to block the damage fully from the Scarab. So the bug player only uses 1 card now. He is comfortably sitting on 4 energy, so he can move on and play the double Parasite, which will leave his opponent with an empty hand of 0 cards. Now he does manage to inflict some damage before, and that bug turns into dust, and he plays another Scarab. Now that is a little bit cheeky from the bug player himself, but he does block the zigzag on the plant, so he can no longer heal, and now the Risky Fish together with the Pokey will be enough to take the life of that plant. And the double discard is making sure that this mech and this Dusk can never get the combo that they want, which is the gerbil combo. If he wants to use that, the balloon will stop the Incisor from inflicting any damage, and that bug will be nice and dandy, sitting with 200 shield coming from the double sandal, as well as the the fish snag. But the dual strike crit for 310 does change this a little bit. We see another balloon coming through, dealing 46 damage and fearing this mech. So the Nutcrack misses, the dual strike does finish off the bug, but there's no chance that a mech can win a 1v1 scenario versus an Aqua, especially when it has a very useless gerbil. So the double bug Pokey player takes the first win, and I believe that is Sly navigating that team. Game number 2, we have exactly the same teams. So Sly versus Manish. Manish is running a unique team of a Graveland front lane plant. Not a big fan of it, but let's see round 1 again, full of excitement. We do have the Pinsa, we do have the Sandal coming through, Parasites together with the Scarab, and that is the issue if you don't have a Cattail front lane, alright? There's no way for you to get any cards going. It is round 2, and Manish Kumar is already starred from cards. He only has 2 cards left in round 2, whereas the Bug player is sitting quite comfortably on 6 cards to his name. Let's see what he manages to come up with. Round 3 does have a double skip, and then we see Risky Fish together with Pokey, which deals over 300 damage to that plant, making sure that it doesn't survive. And then a double Nemo gets stunned and stuns the Bug himself, and the Bug misses a Parasite. That is a big mistake. Fish Snack should always come first so that you make sure that the Parasite procs. Now that is quite a big mistake. We do see the Risky Fish with the Koi and the Balloon coming through on the Dusk, putting it down to 180 health, and the Sandal is gonna take it to 42. And now let's see whether this Dusk will play any cards. He actually queues up 4 cards on it, but we have the Risky Fish and the Pokey combo coming from Sly, and he takes this Dusk down, and the Dusk doesn't deal any damage, wasting 4 energy, totally wasting it. And this mech can never take down a 400 health Bug. It can also never get to the Aqua because he will always get feared, so that gerbil doesn't actually work out. And then Pinsa double Parasite will make sure that he doesn't have any cards left. Moving over to round 8, and he is as good as dead. So well played from Sly, taking home 2 wins. And he moves over to round 5, which is top 16. Let's have a look at the bracket. As some of you have asked, we are already moving over to round 6 very swiftly. Let's just refresh that. We have seen Sly take a win. Where is Sly? We have seen Sly take a win. Where's Sly? I lost track of Sly. Here, Sly has taken a win in round 4, so he now moves over to round 5 to play versus Chris Johnell, and a winner of that matchup will go up against Crypto Daggers in the top 8. Top 8 guarantees you a spot in the All-Stars tournament, and the winner of that matchup will go into the semi-finals. So we are getting closer and closer to the final matches. Let me just remind you that the winner of this tournament is taking home 7,500 SLP. So we still have a couple of matches that are happening in round number 5, which is the top 16. So we have Sly versus Chris Johnell, we have Ricardo, we have Philia, Mark Genesis, Gabby, Gerald still waiting for his opponent. Who are we? Sharon Esten, Tiag, Gist. A Juju has already moved over and he's waiting for his opponent. So let's see who makes it over to the top 8, and then we will cover some casts from this as well. Can I rewatch this later? Yes, there will be a VOD on Twitch, and there will be a saved recording on YouTube as well. Here you go. Here we have the bracket for those of you that might miss it. If you are on Twitch, you can type in !bracket and you will have that available to yourself. You see the Crypto Diggers. I think that's a guild, so it's actually King Dre that is currently in the top 8, and we have another person, Juju, which we have just seen move over to the top 8. So we are waiting for the round 4 matches to be over, and then we can see who is in the top spots. So while we are waiting for the next match, let me guys know if you got any questions in the chat. I'll be unable to answer that. So Graveland is not good anymore. It is good, but it has to be complemented well by your team. You need the 0 cost to make sure that it triggers. You need to play it in the mid lane. If you have an Axie at the back, you can play it in the back lane, but you should never play it front lane because it's very hard to get value from a front lane Graveland. Logam, hello, welcome. I buy the team Plant Bird when you saw me play it. Yeah, I got to like 2.8k with that build. Maybe 2.6. 2.6 is probably a better number. Thank you for all the followers coming through, guys. Thank you for all the followers coming through. We did just see another match rounding up. Let's refresh the bracket, see whether there's any matches that have just finished up. We already have 2 people in the top 8 that have guaranteed themselves a spot in the All-Stars tournament, and we should have some people joining them as well. As I can see that round 5 matches are already happening. We have closed down the round 4 matches, so there's only 14 people left in the tournament, and we soon will get into that winners bracket and see who can take down the grand prize of 7,500 SLP. So not long left. I can already see that Gabby has won his game versus James. That is already gone through. So just waiting on some round 5 matches to happen, and we will be able to jump into those. Sit up straight, alright. I do have 60 people still over on Twitch. Thank you very much, guys, for hanging out. I know it can be late especially in Philippines and those regions. How can you join? You cannot join anymore. You can apply for the next tournament. All you have to do is just follow LFCarry on Discord, and you will be able to join into the next tournament. We are still waiting for a match to come through from the round 5. Looks like these guys are really fighting in there. They really are having a full-on battle, but it has been a couple of minutes since we had an update. So hopefully some of these games will be rounding up soon, and we can cover those. But in the meantime, how much is a balloon bird on the back? That's something that I would want to possibly explore. Balloon piranha. So that's 57. Interesting stuff, right? Do you think it's necessary to switch teams when Origin launches, or can you still grind SLP with all teams? I think many Axies from the old teams will definitely be useful. We'll just have to see what the runes and charms do, what the meta looks like. There's plenty of things that we don't really know how they will work and what will be good. You might just be same meta that carries over, but you have to use different charms and runes. We don't really know what they will do yet, so I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully it will just be fun, right? That's all I'm hoping for. Okay, looks like we got a couple of games that just rounded up. Actually, a bunch of them rounded up, so let's see which one of them are from round number 5, and I can see that Sly has played some games versus Chris Jonell, so let's jump into those. That game has gone all the way through to 3 games. Chris Jonell facing off versus Sly, a person that we have just covered on the stream, so I think that's worthy jumping into that one. Watch all of your videos and I love it. Thank you very much for following my channels. Do see Sly still running the double bug team, which did very well for him last time, but let's see if he can duplicate this success versus Chris Jonell, who is running a unique team. I haven't really seen a team like it, running the double aqua front lane, one with an acro, the other with a Gila, not running a Nemo on that Gila, right? So he decides to go for the Gila rather than Nemo because he thinks that he has enough energy with the carrot on the back lane. So let's see how that goes for him. I mean, in theory double aqua should be countering double bug, but you never know with a discard team what that will look like. Round 1 he goes for Goldfish, Piranha, Nemo, and then acro as well, which will be enough to take the front lane bug down. That is never a good start, especially because you can draw cards. Like in this instance, you can draw a card to this bug and that doesn't help you, right? 2 skips works in favor of the aqua team. Now you have 9 energy, you definitely need to make use of that. Double koi, double risky fish coming through to take a kill on that acro aqua already, and then we see Babylonia, Gila, Goldfish and risky fish. That will deal quite a lot of damage to the bug, but it's not enough to kill it. And then we see the pincers and the parasites that will discard the pumpkin, the leftover pumpkin from Chris Jonell, and he goes for the catfish and double carrot as well to make sure that this bug is dead and there's nothing left of it. I think going for the pincer sandal combo actually would have been a decent choice to get some of that value from this bug left, right? Now not going for anything definitely doesn't look like the right choice, and there's no way that he can win a 1v1 versus this plant when that plant already has 5 energy. He can just keep playing double catfish and double pumpkin and he will never die, even if there is a double risky fish, double pokey combo. Unless there is a critical strike on that pokey, this plant will not die, and that is exactly the case. Double catfish healing him for 94, and he goes for a carrot, which is a little bit risky, but it does pay off dividends in this turn. And I haven't seen a backlane or randa plant that does this well. This person, Chris Jonell, is in the top 16 of this tournament with a team like that. Guys, that should give you a little bit of hope for your teams, and if you just use creativity, you can definitely get far in this tournament. So let's jump into game number 2 and see whether Sly can pull it back. And it looks like Mr. Sly has decided to change his team a little bit. He went for the triple aqua approach, facing a triple aqua of his opponent. So looks like great mind think alike. And you see a Cuckoo on the back lane as well, with a bunch of damage coming through with the Piranha and the Blue Moon. So let's see who's going to be able to take a win on that one. Round 1 we see an all-out brawl, Koi double shuriken, putting the aqua down to 82 health, and without acro he's actually going to be slower than the aquas of Sly, so he has an advantage there. He can go for a single card that will take this aqua down, and now it's a 3v2, but the back lane aqua of Chris Jonell takes down one of the Axies from Sly, and Goldfish crit is quite helpful in this scenario. 200 health missing on the mid lane aqua from Chris Jonell, and then a koi and a risky fish to speed himself up, but that doesn't help him because because Chris Johnell does have the goldfish, he decides to only go for one card, which I think is a mistake. If you're gonna play one card, you might as well play 3 of them, just to make sure you get a kill on the Aqua if Sly does skip this round. I think that was a big mistake, and now he plays all 4 cards, which is an even bigger mistake because he loses them to just 2 cards of Sly. And now with a 4-card combo ready, with the koi, double goldfish and a double shuriken, he will be able to take this. My chair almost broke. He will be able to take this game down from Chris Johnell, and it is 1-1, and let's see who takes it in the game number 3. That was definitely a greedy play from Chris Johnell. I think he should have played it a round earlier and finished off the mid lane Aqua. So that would have helped him to take this game down, especially that he has Gugus at the back. So that's much better than the Aquas from Sly. There was an opportunity for him to win, but let's see if he can pull it back in game number 3. And in game number 3, it looks like Sly is back to his own roots, which is the double bug and a pokey. He feels that this team is better than the team of Chris Johnell, and Chris Johnell doesn't actually change his team, so triple Aqua will definitely be in a favorable position versus a double bug team. So I think Sly has taken a gamble changing his team, and it looks like it's not going to pay off. A Blue Moon, Koi and a Piranha, a little bit of a risky play, because if you run into a fish snack you will not kill it, but not running into a fish snack you guarantee yourself a kill on the front lane bug. And now Sly is left with limited cards on his mid lane bug, and he cannot use as many discards as he would like. So now a Koi coming through with a Kaku to clear the stun, and then we see Sly retaliating with Risky Fish and Pokey to finally take down one of these Aquas. Gila and Double Goldfish will take the bug down to 74 health, and with a Fish Snack Double Sandal that will not do that much damage into this Aqua, only putting it down to 250 health. And even with the Risky Fish Koi, he cannot actually kill it. He might put it into a last stand if he doesn't play any shield. That's not the case, and I think that it will be insanely difficult to win this matchup, especially because he's at a speed disadvantage. So I think not playing this balloon is a big mistake. I think you should play it every time you have the chance to, but it's not going to matter because Chris Johnell with a full 4-card combo will be able to clear the backlane Aqua of Sly, and he makes it into the top 8 of this tournament, guaranteeing himself 1500 SLP and a spot in the All-Star tournament, which has 50,000 SLP prize pool. Now let's find another game happening. We actually have one quarterfinal that is already underway, and that is Chris Johnell taking on Crypto Diggers Kingdray, who we have seen move over to the top 8 as a first person. We do have some round 5 games that have finished as well, and now we actually have 3 quarterfinals happening as well. So let's see whether we can catch a game from the quarterfinal. But before we do that, I will take a quick break for the toilet, and I will catch you guys then, hopefully with the quarterfinal games. If you guys got any questions, make sure you leave them in the chat. Thank you everyone for hanging out so far, and now we will be moving over to the fun part of the tournament, which is the quarters, semis and the finals. So yeah, I will see you guys in just a second. Alright, here we are. Got some fresh energy. And it looks like my chair has no support left over. Let's see if we have any games that have gone on the way. We will jump into a round 5 game, which will dictate who we see in the top 8, which is the quarterfinals. So let's jump into this game that I see, which is Gerald versus Tin, and that will show us who makes it into the top 8 out of these two people. So Gerald facing Tin in a top 16 match, fighting for a spot to be invited to the All-Star Tournament. We have Gerald and we do have Tin as well. So now a little bit of thinking before we start this matchup. So what we have right here is me covering up the reptile. So let's move me out of the way, and we do have a double bug and an aqua, which seems like it is taking the reins over this tournament. And on the opposite side we have a Gouda plant, an acro mid lane aqua, and then a reptile at the back. So as long as the team of the reptile can clear these two bugs quick enough, he will definitely win the 1v1 versus this aqua. So it's just about whether these two bugs can die before it gets too dire. So let's see how this game progresses. Round 1, the bug player does decide to take a skip and take it very slowly. We see the acro and the piranha coming through with the tiny dino. That is not going to be enough to take a kill, so I'm not sure whether the tiny dino was a good decision. Now we see a scarab coming through together with Nemo, and that does take the kill. 27 damage coming from the Nemo. Now Risky Fish Pokey deals 212 damage, 109 coming from the Koi, and the plant is almost dead. Pinza and Scarab will be enough to take the kill, but the plant does play Cattail, which means that the reptile player does have enough cards to keep playing the game. Nemo to clear the stun, and then Scarab to do a little bit of damage, but then we see Parasite and Pinza as retaliation, and the reptile is left with only 2 cards. He does manage to draw 2 more cards, but those are not useful. Having a bulwark on your hand, having a Kotaro bite facing a bug is never good. And we see another Parasite and another Fish Snap coming through, and that aqua is pretty much dead because the back lane of the bug player is better and quicker than the aqua, so he can no longer use these cards. And we see Kotaro bite coming through, and tiny dinos after round 5 actually deal quite a lot of damage even versus a bug. You see 224 damage coming through, and all he has to do now is just skip and chill, because he will definitely beat this back lane aqua, where he has to go for the Risky Fish, he has to go for the double pokey, and that means that the reptile could have played double bulwark if he had it on his hand, because there's no range cards that deal any damage, right? It's only balloon. So bulwark, might bite, and then scaly spoon as well. That will be enough to kill this aqua, and we have 1-0 for Gerald. Now in game number 2, let's see whether Tin can make it 1-1 using his bug team. Now we see that my face is covering an aqua, so let's move that into the right place, and Jarl has actually switched places with Tin, so let's do that quickly. Tin is currently on the right side. He hasn't made any changes in his team, so let's see if this game is going to be any better than the first one. He does decide to go for discards right away in round 1, which we haven't seen in the last game. He decided to skip round 1, but now using the double pincer and this Parasite, which crits for 258 damage, will leave Gerald in shambles. He only has 1 card to play with, but he does draw a Cattail. Cattail is the best card that you can draw in this situation, because even facing a double Parasite, you will still remain card efficient. You can see it's right here. The Cattail and the Parasite comes through, and that bug did not manage to trigger its own Parasite. therefore not killing the plant, right? It's left on just 75 health, and you can see the beach and the sandal dealing 172 damage. This game is pretty much as good as this team is as good as dead, right? The bug and the aqua with a scarab, with the Nemo, the bug is put to 47 health, and the Kotaro bite will be able to finish it off. And as we have already seen in the last game, this aqua is not a match for this reptile, and the Kotaro bite, Scaly Spoon and Tiny Dino will be enough to take this aqua down. I think that Tiny Dino is dealing a little bit too much damage to this aqua, but that's a talk for another day. All that matters is Gerald is taking a 2-0 win, guaranteeing himself a spot in the top 8, which means 1500 SLP for him, but also a spot in the All-Stars game, which will be announced very, very soon, and that will have 50,000 SLP as a prize pool. So let's try and find another match. In the meantime, if you have any questions, if you wonder where you can sign up for the next edition of this tournament, it is a open tournament, so you don't have to pay anything, you don't have to be a part of a guild. Even if you are a scholar, you can sign up to this tournament and take part. I had some of my people from my own Discord take part. It's just a bit of fun, and you can win SLP on top of it, so why wouldn't you take advantage of that? Let's look through the brackets, see if anything pops up that we can cover. We do have quite a lot of quarterfinal matches coming through, so we should be moving over to the semis very, very soon and making that pool of players smaller and smaller. It looks like we have 1 quarterfinals, 2 quarterfinals matches that are currently happening, so let's jump into those. We see Chris Johnell, which we have already traced through the last couple of games, facing versus King Dre, so we definitely want to see where that game takes us, and it looks like that's the first quarterfinal that is happening. And making yourself a semi-finalist will guarantee you, let me just double check, I believe it's in the vicinity of 2,000 to 3,000 SLP. Double check on that. Top 3-4 will be 1,500 SLP, and top 2, so a finalist, gives you 3,750 SLP. So let's see how Chris Johnell does in his first quarterfinal, and whether he can guarantee himself a semi-final spot. It looks like we have King Dre in the chat. Well done for taking part. And you can thank LFCarry for this tournament. I'm just hosting it right here. Thank you for telling me that I'm muted. I think King Dre is playing the poison team, but I might be wrong, and I kind of remember that Chris used to play the reptile. Now the reptile is 39 speed, so that's very advantageous when you are facing a double dusk. Looks like all of these dusks have fallen asleep, but that's not a big deal. My first initial thoughts on this matchup is that what will matter is the energy efficiency from the Goda, right, and how quickly the reptile player can get through this plant so that he can start using Kotaro bites on the dusks to remain energy efficient. Now the backdoor will not be that useful because you can pretty much never kill that reptile. Now what will be useful is having the ability to go backdoor and stack a garish worm on that reptile. That will be very, very necessary. Now we see round 2 combo coming through from the mech player. He does manage to clear that plant, so that's not an issue anymore. and I think that this Garish Worm should have been used differently. It should have been used on the back lane Reptile to give him some stacks. Actually giving him 4 stacks of poison would have been very beneficial, because you don't really need 6 stacks on this front lane plant. That is not a threat to you. The threat is on the back lane Reptile, and he needs those stacks of Garish. So that might be a little bit of a mistake from the poison deck. Now we see Hero coming through in the round 4, and then a full-on attack from the back lane Dusk, attacking that mech using the Garish Worm and the Chomp. 3 stacks of poison on the mech, and now we see the Garish on the backlane Reptile, but I think that's a little bit too late. We should have seen 2 stacks on it already in the previous round, but it still looks like a decent match. 6 stacks of poison on the front lane, 3 stacks of poison on the mid lane, and 3 stacks of poison on the backlane Reptile. Let's see if this Dusk is good enough to take all of these 3 Axies head on. Looks like he already took the life of one. Now all he has to do is just focus the backlane Reptile, and the front lane plant will die as well. We do see Winkhorn, we do see Grass Snake, and we do see the Chomp, and I think Chomp will be the deciding factor, because if this Reptile cannot hit, he will never be able to clear this Dusk, and 4 stacks of poison is already doing work. He also is gaining energy back from the Might Bite, and let's see, it's 130 health versus 150 health, but there are 4 stacks of poison, and there's also Chomp, and Chomp allows you to attack through the shield, and Chomp might just be taking the win on this one. I think he misplayed it by not using the Garish Worm. I think it should have been Chomp, Garish, and then Grass Snake, but it doesn't matter. He will be able to take the first game, and I'm actually not sure who the player is that took this game. I think it's Chris Johnell that's playing the Poison team, and King Dre is running the Reptile. So let's jump into game number 2 and see whether King Dre can pull this game back and make it 1-1. So it looks like we didn't have any team change between the 2 players. We still are running the Poison team for Chris Johnell and the Mech Reptile for King Dre. And let's see if anything changes in this match. Round 1 goes skip and skip. Round 2 we see a Grass Snake attacking the plant, just giving it a little bit of a poison stack, and then we see the double hair coming through again from the Mech. Goda and Sandal, pretty much a repeat of what happened in the last game, round 3, and that plant is already dead. Now we see again Garish Worm on the front lane plant, and then a Garish Worm, another Garish Worm on the front lane plant. He won last game, so I'm not gonna comment on this, but I think one of these Garish Worms should be going towards the back lane Reptile. That is just my take on it. Now he will probably unleash hell on that mech, giving it 3 poison stacks and a Chomp. Same scenario worked last game and it worked great, so he's just going to repeat that. 3 poison stacks on the mech Chomp so that he stuns him, and then the 6 poison stacks on the plant are doing work, and exactly the same combo on the back lane as well. 3 stacks of poison and then the Cerastes, but the Cerastes crits this time, leaving the Reptile on just 260 health, and whatever card he plays, he will be slowly killing his front lane plant and his mid lane mech. Now we see the Winkhorn that will break through the stun, and then the Grass Snake finishes off the mech and puts the plant very low. Another Winkhorn, another Grass Snake, and then the Garish. Garish doesn't actually produce any poison stacks anymore, but what we do see is a Chomp, and that Chomp is crucial, making sure that King Dre can no longer attack. He does clear it with a bulwark, which is pretty smart. Then we see the Tiny Dino coming through, and now again 150 health versus the 136 health, and we see a repeat of game number 1. Did I press on game number 1? Am I casting the same game? It looks like the previous match, right? It looks like the previous match. Look, I might have clicked on the wrong game because it looks too similar. If that's a mistake after 3 hours of casting, I'll take it. Let's see whether game 2 is any different. That might be a mistake on my part. Let's see. Actually, it's not a mistake on my part. It's a mistake on Chris Johnell's part. He has posted the same game twice. No. But it looks like Chris Jonell has taken that game down, so a little bit of a spoiler there. The Poison team does take the win, and he is 2-0, moving over to the semi-final, right? So it's not my mistake, it's kind of my mistake because I didn't check the link, but he did post the same game twice as game 1 and game 2. So let's see how the bracket looks like right now. Looks like we have some semi-finalists that have guaranteed themselves a spot. As you can see, Chris Jonell with the 2-0 win, or as you cannot see because I am covering that with my face, you can see right here Chris Jonell has taken quite a lot of wins so far, and he is the first semi-finalist, taking a win over King Dre with the Poison deck. And so as a semi-finalist, I believe you have 1,500 SLP guaranteed, and then as a finalist you move over to the 3,700 SLP. So we have a couple of other quarterfinals that have happened, so let's try and cover those as well and see who we can get as our semi-finalist duo. We have seen a couple of games from Gerald as well, so I think it's going to be fun to see whether Gerald can take the win and move over to the semi-finals as well. He is facing a guy by the name of Who Are We? And it looks like that is our next quarter-final game, so let's jump into that one. And what we have right here is a reptile versus a reptile. Now both of these reptiles are reflect reptiles, but what's different is that one of the guys is running a mid lane beast and the other one is running a mid lane aqua. Now but what's really interesting is that this one is 39 speed and the one on the left is 40 speed. What does that mean? That means the Kotaro bite will give you a lot more value if you are slower, so that's where my bets are. The reptile on the right should be winning this matchup without any issues. So who's playing this game? We do have a player by the name of Gerald, and we do have a player by the name of Who Are We. Now I'm not sure whether Who Are We, who is who, right? I'm not sure who is who, but that's the two people that are playing. And let's jump into this game. Round 1, we start with a little bit of aggression. We do have the Piranha coming through with 171 damage, then the Goda and the Sandal as a follow-up, taking the plant down to 93 health. Now let's see whether he can put up a brick wall to defend himself versus the oncoming attack of Double Zigzag. Looks like he will be able to survive that attack. Double Zigzag and the Cattail will put this plant down to 90 health, so not enough to kill it, but then we have the beach to equal it out a little bit, and now it's 141 health versus the 90 health of the beach plant. We see another Rice coming through, but that Rice is getting no value, absolutely no value. He hasn't stolen any energy, but he does get rid of the plant of his opponent, and now the Kotaros can start coming through, right? We can see a Kotaro on the beast and we can see the Kotaro on an aqua, and let's see who has a better Kotaro in this instance. Looks like the double Kotaro is going to be in a little bit of a better position, 4 versus 4 energy, but this reptile can smack the aqua a couple of times and it will be done as well. We see the Scarab coming through and the Piranha. That beast is as good as dead, and you can see the Tiny Dino 168 damage coming through twice, and the Scaly Spoon to finish things off. And now it's 4 energy versus 3 energy, but as we have already said, Kotaro bite on the slower reptile will give you a lot more value, right? So we see double Scaly Spoon, Tiny Dino and Bulwark coming through, but that will not do that much damage. It's still a very healthy 348 health left over on that reptile. And then Kotaro Bite gives you that 1 extra energy that you need. You see it right here, 3 energy versus 2 energy. With 2 energy, you are very limited in your 1v1 options. So a Scaly Spoon and the Bulwark are the cards of choice for Who Are We, and I think Gerald should be able to take this game down. Let's see whether that is the case. Now we see another Scaly Spoon, we see another Bulwark from Gerald, and then Who Are We will retaliate with double Tiny Dino, and then Bulkward to defend himself as well. Now it's 46 health versus 126 health. Double Tiny Dino coming through. Is that going to be enough? 146, 146, but the reptile is in last stand, and can it finish it off? Yes, he can. So it's actually Gerald. Whoa, what am I doing there? So it's actually Gerald that has lost the game, unfortunately, and Who Are We takes the win. But it was a very, very close, like it got down to the last stand. So let's see whether Gerald can pull it back in the quarterfinals and make sure he guarantees himself a slot in the semi-final in game number 2. That was a very, very interesting battle, right? Down to the last stand, we don't really see many battles like that. It looks like the teams have not changed. We do still see double reptiles, one with a beast, one with an aqua. Who Are We on the right, and Gerald on the left, and let's see who takes this game. Round 1 starts the same as it did last time. We do see a Scarab, we see the Goda, and we see the Beach. I think playing a Scarab in round 1 is actually not the best of choices, because you still allow your opponent to heal up in round 2 if you decide to skip, right? Now Double Rise comes through, and we also see another damage card from the Beast, and this time he manages to steal just 1 energy, but his opponent will use a Goda, which will put that energy back in its place. So it's 3 energy versus 2 energy, and we see 1 plant in the last stand and 1 plant on 102 health. Nemo to clear the last stand, a very good play. You'd want to stay energy efficient, but you also want to be able to attack the next Axies. 1 health, literally 1 health on that plant, and he has to use Scaly Spoon to get rid of it. Now in round 5 on 5 energy, all that Who Are We has to do is use his Kotaro bites to make sure he has enough energy to take the reptile 1v1, but he also needs to clear this aqua, and the only way to do that is to go for a double Kotaro, double Tiny Dino, as that deals 168 damage each, and he puts this aqua in a last stand. So what is the next play? It is just the Bulkward to clear that aqua from the last stand, and now it is 5 energy versus 6 energy of Who Are We. And the cards of choice are Scaly Spoon and Double Tiny Dino, as well as Bulkward versus a Bulkward, a double Scaly Spoon, and a Kotaro bite. So Who Are We actually not deciding to go for the tiny swing, which is an interesting take. It looks like he is left on lower health, but he has higher damage output in the next round. He can go in for the kill. Gerald doesn't have 4 energy to work with. He has to do best that he can with the energy that he has left over, which is just 3, and he almost takes down the reptile of Who Are We, but with the double Tiny Dino coming through, Gerald doesn't stand a chance, and Who Are We moves over to the semi-finals, guaranteeing himself 1500 SLP, and if he takes down a win in the semi-finals, he will move over to the finals, where he can find himself 3.7 thousand SLPs for 2nd place. Let's have a look at the bracket and the standings. Where are we right now? So Who Are We has beaten Gerald in the quarterfinal match, and now we have 3 semi-finalists already. So we are just waiting on 1 more semi-finalist, and then we can start covering those games. So looks like we will have just 3 or 4 more games depending on the last quarterfinal match. We might be able to cover that depending on what pops up, but we now have a semi-finalist by the name of Chris Johnell, which we have discovered here on stream. Who Are We, as well as Tiak. Who Are We is playing versus Tiak, and Chris Johnell is waiting on his opponent, and it will either be Ricardo or Gabby. So we are waiting on these games. If you guys have any questions, make sure you leave them in the chat, and I will be able to answer those in the break that we have. Thank you for all the follows that are coming through on Twitch, as well as thank you for all the likes on YouTube. It is a fun experience covering this tournament. And let's hope that we can keep this up. Just a little bit left. We have been covering this tournament for 3 hours. Looks like we will be able to finish it up in the next 20 minutes and find out who takes home 7,500 SLP for this tournament. If you want to join the next edition of this tournament, all you have to do is just head over to LFCarry Discord, and then you will find out announcements where and when the next tournament is happening. Why nobody plays Dawn class? Because it hasn't been bred that much, so it's very hard to find a good Dawn. I think you're gonna see a little bit more Dawn in Origin once we see runes and charms, and those Dawns might pick up in value. But currently Dawns don't really have a place in the game. They're like a worse version of a bird, right? When will All-Star Tournament happen? That will be announced on LFCarry Discord as well. There will be one more round of open qualifiers and then the All-Star Tournament with 24 players moving forward. And it looks like we have all of our semi-finalists, but let's just jump into how Ricardo and Gabby were battling in the quarterfinals and see who takes the final spot in our semi-finals. So let me just launch that game real quick, and then we can find out whether it's Ricardo or Gabby moving over as our final semi-final spot. And then we have just 4 players left in the tournament. Every single one of these players does take home 1500 SLP and a chance to win 7.5k in the final. So let's jump into the game. And it looks like this game is gonna be a long one. Triple plant, triple rosebud, triple Sirius, double yam, triple pumpkin. Actually, double rosebud. Facing versus a dusk aqua and a mosquito graveland backlane. Now, it's very lucky that the player on the left does have quite a lot of beast and bug damage with the revenge arrows. We will have to see where that takes him. Double revenge arrow definitely providing you with a lot of value, but you are still vulnerable towards those Siriuses. We see a pumpkin on the mid lane, we see a Sirius on the front lane, and now we see a carrot on the back lane. And it looks like the player on the left is taking a slow approach, which is usually the right approach. You don't want to run head first into a yam. Looks like he's taking a very slow approach because it's round 4 now and he still has not played the card. The yam triggers on the mid lane aqua, and now that all of the Siriuses are gone, he decides to go for a backlane attack using the shrimp, double revenge arrow and a Miranda, and he crits. He actually crits in the most crucial moment, because that was not enough to kill that plant. That plant could have used a pumpkin and a rosebud and he would have been fine, but he finds a crit in a very crucial moment, maximizing the value from that aqua, and he does not decide to go for any more damage into this plant, because if he does, he will run into a yam, and he doesn't want to do that. He wants to save as much energy as he can and one-shot the plant of his opponent. Now the plants don't really have that much damage, as you see. They have yams, they have rosebuds, but that doesn't do too much when you are attacking an aqua. The bamboo shoot is the only card that actually deals damage, and you can see 127 damage when it is chained with another card, and it looks like it will be a difficult match for Gabby, and Gabby ultimately surrenders. I think going for the shrimp in round 6 or 7, which it was, actually was a mistake, because you cannot kill that backlane. I think it should be played very simple, front to back, use as many cards as you can and try to clear these plants. Having that crit on the backlane was crucial, but it looks like it didn't help in the end. So let's jump into game number 2 and see whether Gabby can pull back a win versus this triple plants team. Looks like Patience is the name of the game, or is it Ricardo that will move over to be our final semi-finalist, and we will have our final 4 sets. Sirius and Plant and Pumpkin to start off the game, as well as a Yam. So he's changing up the strategy a little bit. We see a single shrimp, so it looks like Gabby already knows that he will lose this game and he's not interested in playing it. So let's just speed the process up and save everyone some time. Playing a single Randa, playing a single Risky Beast, and then running into double Sirius. It looks like it's still a fair game, right? Double Plant versus 3 Axies of Gabby. We do see a Yam, we do see a Pumpkin, but we do also have plenty of Rosebuds on the team. So just playing a single Rosebud and a single Yam will be enough to protect this plant. Now the Dusk on the front lane already has 7 poison stacks. We do have a Mosquito Bite in the end, or on the back lane playing dealing 96 damage to the mid lane plant. A Shrimp and a Randa. So as I said, Gabby not interested in winning this game. It looks like he's just all about wasting his energy until he can surrender. So Gabby, not disqualified, what was I gonna say? Runs out of steam in the quarterfinals, and we have Ricardo with his annoying, very annoying, but rightfully so, winning team, moving over to the semi-final. And now we have our final 4 players locked in, and let's have a look at the bracket. So the bracket is now as follows. We have Chris Johnell playing versus Ricardo. That should be a fun matchup. I believe Chris Johnell is playing a poison team, right, if I'm not mistaken. So a poison team versus the triple plant. I feel like that is good enough to take it down. And we also have Who Are We playing versus Tiak. So let's wait for these matches to happen and then we can jump into them. How long will I be casting? Well, we are already in the semi-finals, right? So we have 3 games left. We have 2 semi-finals and then the final, and that is it for today. That's all that we will be doing. And yeah, that's the plan for today. Let's finish this tournament nice and quick. No technical issues so far. Everything happening smoothly. So good organization from the tournament. Everything is happening as it should be. And let's see who takes it down. Let's see who you have your bets on. Is it going to be Chris Johnell? Is it going to be Ricardo with the triple plant, triple rosebud? Is it going to be Who Are We? Or is it going to be Tiak? I believe that Chris Johnell with his poison team could take this down. That's where my bet is going, but we could see a surprise coming in from Who Are We, as he did have quite a smooth sailing up until this point. So let me guys know in the chat who you think will take this down, and let's just wait for our next match. If you guys got any questions regarding the tournament or regarding myself, then make sure you leave them in the chat. If you are just lurking around, then I respect you as well. Thank you for everyone that is sticking so far on YouTube. 60 people on YouTube, 60 people on Twitch. Thank you very much to everyone that has taken the time to watch this tournament. This is the first tournament that I'm casting, and yeah, it looks like it's fun. I might be able to cast some more of these tournaments. You might have said but you are going to participate in a tournament anytime soon. It's tomorrow. Tomorrow there is a qualifier happening where top 2 people go to Vegas. So hopefully I'll take it down. Hopefully I'm rolled into that one. I did register for it, so it should be nice. It's a 500-person tournament, best of 3 format, I think. And yeah, tomorrow I might be able to stream it, or at least the beginning of it, and then we'll see how that goes. So if anything, that's gonna be over on Twitch tomorrow. Thank you very much, Mouse of Mars. Thank you very much. How many scholars do I have? Just 2, but all of them have 60 or 40 energy. And I have like 50 Axies in my account, because I can't really be bothered finding new scholars. I might find one more scholar and just give him 60 energy, but we'll see how that goes. I might find one more. So we're still waiting on the semi-finals match to happen. Definitely jump into that one. For me, you are the only reliable Axie content creator. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. By the way, we already have all cards already sneak peeked, right? We have seen the mouth, we have seen the horn, we've seen the back, we've seen the tail. Which cards do you think are going to be the best in Origin? I think Soulstar is definitely OP. I think that's going to be nerfed. Did you already plan an Origin team? No, I haven't planned it. I'm waiting for the eyes and ears. Definitely need to do some brainstorming there. Am I still bullish in Axie Infinity? Yeah, I think that's the only project that's actually surviving currently in the play to earn market. All of the other ones are dying left, right and center. Love from the Philippines, thank you very much. Looks like it is probably like 2 or 3 AM in the Philippines, so thank you very much for hanging out. Definitely some dedication there. Nineko dying too? Nineko is actually a surprise because it has very decent mint and burn, like nothing happened. They actually do events that burn the utility, but it looks like it's going down. Is it still worth staking for Ron? I have most of my money there at the moment while waiting for Origin. I'm not sure if it's worth. I still haven't taken my out because obviously I'm waiting for like a little bit of a bump on Ethereum and SLP. So I think it's worth just waiting before you take out because you want to be break even, right? But I don't think I'm staking in AXS at this moment, but I'm like holding a bit of a run, but I don't want to put it into a farm. I think I've got like 1,000 run so far. So yeah, I think run is going to be very, very good with the builders program. Is last stand going to be a thing in Origin? I don't think it will. Not cracks looking good. Yes, they are. there's a lot of interesting things that are looking good when you put them in perspective and you put them in a combo. Your opinion, is it still good to enter Axie Infinity or invest in NFT? I can't give you that advice. All I'm saying is that Axie Infinity looks like it will be very, very fun to play in Origin, and when they push marketing and when they allow people to play on mobile and anything that way, I think that Axie Infinity will be a fun game that you can enjoy for years to come. And I'm not getting paid to say this, which is the weird part. How long will you hold AXS for? Until it reaches $2,000. I don't know. I don't have levels set. I just bought it and it's there. Which do you think will pump more when Origin arrives, AXS or SLP? Depends. It all depends on demand, right? So if there's like a giant need to breed Axies and all the SLP burn mechanics, then it's obviously going to be SLP, but we will have to wait and see when SLP is actually transferred over to Origin, because it will not be at the start. I think the semi-finals are actually best of 5 matches, so we might have to wait a little bit longer for them. Let's change the title as well. Semi-final. Is it worth swapping SLP into AXS, since AXS is cheap at the moment? Yeah, I'm not sure about that one, because I'm still holding a bunch of SLP, right? I'm still like tens of thousands of it. But I'm not sure what is the best move. Like, realistically, does SLP have a better chance to go to 3 cents than AXS to $90 in the next couple of months? I think SLP has a better chance, but could be wrong, I don't know. I think SLP is definitely the riskier bet, the more volatile bet, rather than AXS, which is just, you know, sitting there, staked, making money every day. When will All-Star Tourney start? It will be announced on their Discord. Do you still think that Axie will no longer be play to earn? Well, they said it. They said it, that it will no longer be play to earn. The narrative is shifting towards play and earn. We'll make one more tournament with 8 quotas and then all stars. Yeah, I saw that you say that, Saybot. You said that, Saybot, but how does that make sense? Why would you only have 24 players? That doesn't fit in a bracket, right? I think you should have 4, because then you can fit that in a 32 bracket for all stars. 24 doesn't fit in a bracket, unless the winners get bumped into the next tier. Like you have 8 people battling, 8 people that just get moved over, and you have the 16 fighting to play the other 8. So they get a free win, essentially. Direct invites? Oh, okay. Not sure that is the right... okay. Interesting. It's interesting. Internationals in Dota 2, those tourneys are stacked with money. Here we are. I think we have our first semi-final on the way. Let's see whether that is true, and I think that is true. We do have our first semi-final on the way, so let's get into that one as quick as we can. And it is, who are we facing versus LFCarry TIAC. Now, don't want to make any assumptions here, but if LFCarry TIAC wins this tournament, is it rigged? Just kidding, of course. It's a fair chance for everyone to win. Let's jump into our first semi-final. Not sure whether Who Are We is running the team on the left or whether it is TIAC running the team on the left, but I will try to find that out for you. It looks like I am covering this Aqua, so let's just move me over to the top a little bit. Oh no. No, that's the one. Okie dokie. Now that we have everything set up, on the left what we have is a plant that is running a zigzag bone sail combo, and then we have a beast with Gouda Rise. So energy control is the name of the game, and then the Dusk has a Gouda, and what we see is a back lane Aqua, right? The plant is with Katail on the mid lane, so it looks like he wants to have a very heavy card draw and then use the Nemo to attack, actually to gain energy and then attack with the Scarab and the Acro. So let's see how that goes. Round one, very aggressive. We see a Sandal, we see double Caterpillar attacking that plant, putting it down to 158 health, and then we see the Jaguar Gouda coming from the Beast, dealing about 250 health, and then the Katail as well as this guy's putting the player on the left on 4 energy for the next round. That is quite a lot of energy. We see double Rise coming through, but that double Rise will not get any value. It will deal quite a lot of damage, 119 damage twice, but it doesn't get any value in terms of stealing that energy, right? So it's now 3 energy versus 2, and let's see what the Beast can create out of this one. He's still going for attacks. He's just not skipping any turns. He's going for attack. He wants to get rid of as much energy as he can so that his opponent does not have any serious value. He plays a Katail, gets a bunch of cards from it, and as I have said, getting that Katail in the right time will provide you with the necessary cards to stay energy efficient, and in that round it does check out. You see the double Nemo, and you have 4 energy in the next round. You can use the Piranha to finish off the Beast, and then you can take on this Reptile head on. Let's see if the Reptile has enough damage to kill this plant in 1 round. Looks like it will have enough damage to kill this plant, and then it is 1v1 where the Reptile is heavily favored, right? We see Acro coming through, we see double Scarab and a Nemo. Now this Aqua will have 3 energy moving into the next round. The Reptile is down to 200 health, but it does play a Might Bite, a Kotaro Bite, and then the Bulk Ward as well. So the Reptile is back to 3 energy, and with 150 shield, that Aqua will not be able to break through this Reptile. We see double Scarab coming through again, and we do see an Acro. It actually kills. He didn't play enough shield. He should have went for the double Bulk Ward, but that was not enough, and the Aqua actually takes a win over the Reptile, which I did not expect, and it looks like TIAC was navigating that team. So Who Are We is 1 game down, and let's see if he can make a comeback here and make it 1-1 in the semi-final and see who moves over to the finals of LFCarry tournament. It's kind of like Mike Dusk. It's kind of like Mike Dusk. Hello, I'm Sly. Thank you very much for following. Well done, Sly, for reaching the top 8, I believe. Good on ya. Tiak is now currently playing versus who are we? Tiak is 1 game up. Let's see if he can repeat this miracle and beat that god reptile at the back. All out brawl on round 1. We see the Sandal, we see the Goda and the Cattail, hopefully getting some cards back, and it looks like he will get some value from that Cattail. We see Rice, we see Goda. That doesn't destroy energy and it also doesn't steal energy. So the beast does deal a fair bit of damage, but no energy, and that is key. You don't want to allow that beast to steal any energy from you. Now, going for the Nemo is a little bit risky. Obviously, you get the kill in this instance, but what you do allow is for your opponent to steal that energy from you. Now, double Kotaro Bite on the Dusk is interesting, allowing you to have 4 energy in the next round, and now we see the Goda come through with the dual blade, but again, doesn't have any gain from it, and serious value. Wow. Finally, we see Sirius being put to work. All that Tiak now has to do is just play Cattail, make sure that his plant is safe. He can even kill this beast, put it into a last stand, and then double Jaguar will give him some cards, and the Cattail will finish it off. So we do have a repeat of the first game. The plant is on about the same health as it was in the previous game, but we see an acro attack coming in earlier than we did last game. This time, though, who are we doesn't have enough damage to kill this plant, and it will be very, very difficult to win this game. We see that Tiak is attacking and beating that plant just without any issues, and Tiak will go 2-0 in this semi-final, guaranteeing himself a spot in the finals, where he will have a chance to battle for 7,500 SLPs for the first place. Chris and Jonal used triple aqua on me. I only have double bug team. Oh yeah, I've seen it. I've seen that game. Yeah, triple aqua on a double bug. That's obviously not going to work out. But didn't you use a different team in the second game? I feel like you swapped to a triple aqua again. So you played double bug first game, then triple aqua, and then double bug, or double aqua at least. I think you swapped back to your double bug in the last game, whereas you took a win with a different team. So we see that LFCarry Tiak has taken a win in the first semi-final, and it looks like we have the second semi-final going as well. So let's jump into that one. It is Ricardo facing Chris Jonal. Now, if I remember correctly, Ricardo is using the triple plant team. Very annoying to face. Double Rosebud, triple Sirius, a control team that will annoy any opponent. So let's jump into that one. And looks like there has been a change. Looks like Ricardo has decided to change his team to a even more annoying team, which is the Anemone, and double Anemone with a bird at the back, and the bird does have a hair. So we do have Ricardo on the right, and we have Chris Jonal with the poison team. Now, I did place my bet on Chris Jonal taking this game down and taking the whole thing down. So let's see if this poison team doesn't disappoint. Round 1, very slow. We go for a serious pumpkin. That serious does get a little bit of value, and then a yam, but the yam does trigger on the bird at the back, which is actually not helpful because the bird does have a blackmail, allowing it to transfer over the poison stack, which is exactly what happens here. You do see the blackmail, and then another blackmail, and then an eggshell, putting that dusk very, very low, and also leaving it with a poison stack. Now, I think this is a little bit of a mistake. I think it should have been blackmail, eggshell, blackmail, and then you can finish it off with a Nemo and then Anemone, and that dusk at the back is no longer an issue. I think that was a little bit of a misplay. We do see that the dusk at the back firing on all fronts, using 4 cards, putting 5 stacks of poison on the Anemone at the bottom, and it now has 6 poison stacked, and it's left on just 6 health. That means you cannot get any value from it. You can only go for the Angry Lamb, and then it will die, and then Anemone Aqua at the top does go for a double Angry Lamb as well, and then Anemone to heal itself back up to the full, but the bird at the back dies as well. And let's see whether this Anemone Aqua is good enough to face versus 2 Dusks, which are class counters, and it also only has Anemones to defend itself. Now, it's very well played from Chris Johnell to skip that round, because there's no kill threat, no immediate kill threat on this Dusk, and now he can just keep stacking poison. We are now up to 10 poison stacks on this Anemone Aqua, but will that be enough is the question. Does he have enough to defend himself? We do see Ricardo going for another 4-card combo, which will put the backlane Dusk very, very low, and it will also heal him back up to full health. And this Dusk at the back is down to just its last 4 health, so as long as Ricardo uses just 2 cards, he will be able to take this Dusk down. And I feel like he played it very, very well, despite the slight mistake with the bird. It was a close battle. 11 poison stacks is enough to take down a lot of opponents, but not in this case, and Ricardo goes 1 up despite it being a close battle. So let's jump into the second game and see whether Ricardo can make it 2-0, or whether it is going to be Chris Johnell making the comeback. Maybe he kept it alive to split his draw. That is a good take. That is a good take. And it looks like we have a team switch. Now, I'm not sure who is who. I think it's Chris Johnell on the left still. And it looks like Ricardo has gone back to a poison team. So it looks like he has plenty of teams available. Round 1, a very slow round. We see Ricardo going for the Pumpkin Disguise just to get his energy back up, but also get that extra card draw. So he has possibilities to attack. Now, with the back doors. Right now we see a full-on attack from the front lane Aqua, but he does run straight into a Yam, inflicting 3 poison stacks on his front lane Aqua and 3 poison stacks on his mid lane Aqua. Now in round 3, Ricardo does decide to go for an attack, putting another poison stack on the mid lane Aqua with a Fairball. He will inflict a lot of poison damage, and then a Chomp for the good measure to make sure that that Aqua needs to waste another card to clear that stun, and those 2 Aquas are as good as dead. Now the backlane Plant doesn't have a Bidance, which is important to remember, because Bidance does clear those poison stacks, and without the Bidance it will be difficult to face it. You can see it already, a poison stack and then a Cerastus. I'm not sure this is the best play. Actually, with the poison stacks on the Aquas, that is the best play that he can make, and already having 1 poison stacks on that Plant will make sure that he has to use Catfishes, which you don't really want to use versus those reptiles and Dusks. You would much rather use a Carrot and a Rwanda, but he is forced to. Now with those little grass snakes, they can start stacking poison stacks, and then you can just wait for the juggling balls and then the Chomp as well. He will actually decide to go for another 2 stacks of poison, right, putting him to 5 stacks of poison, and then a Chomp to make sure that he cannot hit him back for as much damage as he would like, and then he can heal up for 80, but that is not good enough. I believe right now Mr. Ricardo can put another 2 stacks of poison, and once that Plant is sitting on 7 stacks of poison, he can move in for the kill using the double Furball, or he can just keep torturing his opponent and keep stacking 2 stacks of poison, but he's down to 130 health, so he needs to make a decision, and the decision is to start attacking that Plant. Double Furball, double Chomp will take it down to 9 health, and with 7 poison stacks, Ricardo does take the win, and he is our second finalist. So now we know who made it to the final, and it is Ricardo versus Tiak. Those two people have guaranteed themselves 3,750 SLP, but they also have a chance to play for the #1 spot, which will give you 7,500 SLP. The Ricardo guy moves so clean. Yeah, I'm impressed. I'm impressed with Ricardo because I would have played the furball much earlier than that, and probably it would have lost me the game. It probably would lose me the game. So a quick water break if you guys need it before we jump into the final. We should be getting a game-by-game coverage rather than waiting for the result, but it is now. Let's have a look at the bracket actually. Let's look at what happened in the bracket and how Tiak as well as Ricardo made it all the way to the final. Well played to Chris Johnell and well played to Who Are We taking the semi-final spots. It's not an easy battle, and also well done to everyone that made it to the top 8. You will be invited back to the All-Star tournament, making sure that you have a chance in a 50,000 SLP tournament. Now Ricardo had a journey through Chris Johnell, Gabby, and then Mark Genesis, JK Leonard, which we have been following from the start, and then he took out Floor Sessa, as well as, now I'm mistaken here, Ricardo was playing the top bracket. He took out Fia, he took out Donia, which we have covered, he took out Krumi, and he took out Carnagic as well, starting all the way at the bottom. So he played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds and then a semi-final as well. So 7 best of 3s Ricardo had to take to make it into the finals. When it comes to Tiak, he was in the lower brackets, taking out Huawi, taking out Ajuju. We have seen all of these games, and then Jason, Kimbawi, GJ, and then Akilade, as well as J Eric in the first round. So both of these players have played the full 7 rounds to make it into the final. And let's see, what do we get? It looks like the first battle is good to go, so let's jump into that one. It's not going to be Chris Johnell, unfortunately. We have to change that to Tiak, and it is Tiak versus Ricardo. So let's close that down and let's jump into our first final game. We will be getting a best of 5 rather than a best of 3, so make that final a little bit more exciting, and then we will wrap up the stream once we have that sorted. So first game on the way, we see a Poison team versus a Backdoor Mech. Okay, now that is a team that is worth looking at. Let me just move my cam a little bit to the down section, because it looks like I'm covering the mech a little bit, and I believe that is Ricardo playing the team on the left, the Poison team, and then Tiak is playing the double backdoor. Let's see how that works out. It looks like the furball might actually be working on Tiak's disadvantage, because once Ricardo has those poison stacks up, then the furball will be triggering those poison stacks on your own teammates. Round 1 should be quite slow. We do see a Katail coming from the dusk, exactly as I expected. Very slow start, but round 2 Tiak does launch a full-on attack, double furball and an acro. Is that enough to take this dusk down? It looks like it's gonna put him in the last stand, and that's good news, right? Because he has to waste 3 cards. He's not gonna be able to play them, and now he's sitting on 10 energy in the next round. So let's see whether Ricardo can pull this game back. He's already in a dire situation. He doesn't have many cards left, and it looks like he will go for the double and serious, so starving his opponent from energy. He's on 8 energy, his opponent is just on 3 energy, so as long as he navigates this yam correctly, he should be quite in a decent position. Let's see whether the double Cerastes is good enough to take this mech down. It's not quite. 100 health left and just 1 poison stack, so that mech can still do quite a lot of damage, and it looks like he's gonna go for the back door. backdoor acro with twin tail. That is going to take the shield down from the reptile, but we need more. We need a follow-up. So that's exactly what we're gonna get, a follow-up with the Toothless and the Cerastes. The Cerastes doesn't deal any extra damage because the reptile is slow. Now the reptile of Ricardo can finish off that mech on the back lane. The Dusk of Tiak does have 6 poison stacks, so he's not gonna be able to make use of that one. He does get 2 caterpillar attacks in there. And then we see another backdoor attack from Ricardo's reptile, putting 3 poison stacks on that reptile and then getting some energy from the disguise as well. Now we see a yam and a pumpkin coming through. He knows that Tiak only has 2 energy left, and when you have 2 energy, you're not going to be messing around with a backdoor. You're going to be going straight for the front, and if you're going straight for the front, you're going to run into a yam. That is 7 poison stacks on Tiak's poison, on Tiak's reptile, and we see that number increasing with every round. That is now 9 stacks of poison on Tiak's reptile, and it doesn't look good. It is now Bloodmon Curse, and if he doesn't win in this round, he will not win this game. Grass Snake and a Cerastes is not enough to take down the reptile of Ricardo, and Ricardo takes the first game, an exciting one, a close one. He lost a Dusk in round 2, but it looked like that was not a barrier for him. He manages to take down the first game from Tiak, and let's see what the heck he can make it 3-0 and take down the win over Tiak in the final of LFCarry Axie Open Tournament. And we already have the second game on the way, so let's jump into that one. Let's not make it any longer than it needs to be. It's already almost 4 hours, and it looks like the teams have changed a little bit. So I think Ricardo is navigating the team on the left, Poison team, a team that has proven to work for Ricardo, and then Tiak has changed his team to a Spiky Wing and a Scarab Acro mid lane. Now, let's see whether this change is going to be any better for Tiak. Looks like the Spiky Wing will help to break through that Bone Sail. Round 1 is very, very aggressive. He goes for the Acro, he goes for the Goda and the Sandal. Make sure that Ricardo doesn't have any energy to work with. It is now 2 energy to 4 energy of Ricardo, but the plant is already 167 health, so the plant has to decide, are we gonna save that plant, are we gonna play a pumpkin, or are we not gonna play a pumpkin? He decides to play a pumpkin, and it looks like it wasn't the right call because Tiak does not move in for the kill. He does get a little bit of yam value, playing getting 2 stacks of poison on Tiak's Dusk, and now we see Oranda, and we do see the Caterpillar attacking Ricardo's plant, but that is still not enough to take it down. He clears the fear from the Caterpillar and then goes in for the Sirius to steal some energy. Great play from Ricardo to keep that plant alive for as long as he can, and he's still getting value from that plant. That plant is the most valuable plant I have ever seen, getting another round of Sirius off, and it feels like Tiak has already taken too long to kill that plant. Let's see whether he can improve his strategy in the forthcoming rounds. The fear was great. The Caterpillar fear on that Toothless was great, making sure that his back lane Aqua stays safe. Now he can start attacking that mid lane, but he doesn't use the Spiky Wing because he doesn't have the ability to do so. As his mid lane Aqua was sped up, he couldn't use the Spiky Wing, and if you can't use the Spiky Wing, you're gonna waste a lot of cards breaking through the shield of that mid lane reptile. Now he goes for the Spiky Wing, but it feels like it's a little bit too late for that. He will kill the reptile, but almost all of his team is dead. With the Fireball, his mid lane is going to die, his back lane is going to die, and he decides to surrender the second game. So now it is currently 2-0 for Ricardo. Now I wish that Tiak can pull it back and make it a little bit closer for the final. Make it 2-2, make it exciting. Let's give us 5 games. Let's make the finals worth a while. But so far Ricardo is proving to be just a step above everyone else when it comes to navigating that poison team. Every single round matters, and that plant on the front lane surviving for 3 rounds, that has done some damage, right? He lost his back lane early, it doesn't get value on his first 2 yams, yet he still won. Yep, that is Ricardo for you. That is Ricardo, and it looks like he's on the way to take this tournament down. 7,500 SLP for the win. Someone stop Ricardo. It's only Tiak that can do it. It's only Tiak that can do it. I think he should, if he has an Axie with Bidens available to him, he definitely should be using that one. If he doesn't have an Axie with Bidens, it will be rough to try and take this poison team down. As you can see, Ricardo has plenty of experience navigating a poison team, and it doesn't look like an issue for him to beat a double aqua or to beat any other team. So we're just waiting on the final game, and let's see whether that game will change anything. Let's go Tiak, we've got some Tiak fans in the chat. And we are just waiting on the 3rd game to start so we can cover that one. Currently Ricardo is 2-0 up. And we see the 3rd game of this final, so let's jump into that one as quick as we can. Let's see if there was any changes on the team's side. And we can see that Ricardo is sticking to his guns, playing that poison team until he dies. But Tiak tries to experiment a little bit further. He goes for a bird backlane with an eggshell to make sure that he can take the eyes off of his aqua and off of his dusk for a little while. Now, it looks like he wants to inflict as much damage as he can in the first round as well. He wants to play it fast, he wants to play it quick and take the win. So let's see if he can do that. Round 1, he's going for Insectivore, he's going for Goda, he's going for Sandal, but Ricardo playing that Yam perfectly. He could have used double Yam, but he decides to use just one. Play it safe, play it slow, and use the disguise as well so you stay energy efficient. So now Ricardo has already inflicted 4 stacks of poisons to that dusk. He can now actually go ahead and ignore it because he doesn't need to do anything with it. He can just keep playing backdoors. That dusk will slowly die, especially with 6 stacks of poison. So it's round 3, and it looks like Ricardo already has the upper hand. The bird is also getting a little bit of damage on it as well. That Cerastes and Bone Sail combo on the backdoor will be enough to take this bird down. He still wants to get a little bit of damage, a little bit of value from the bird, so he's going for the Insectivore as well as the last one, and the Nemo Acro from the mid lane. So the Reptile is down to 105 health, but the Dusk has 7 stacks of poison. Now Acro and Piranha will be enough to take the Reptile down, but the Dusk on the back lane can ignore the Dusk on the front lane of Tiak and just keep stacking poisons on the Aqua in the middle and playing Chomp as well. Now Tiax Aqua does have plenty of cards available to him, so he can play the Nemo, he can do that to clear the stun. I feel like he should have played the Nemo. I think that this is a wasted opportunity, definitely, because now he can't go for a 4-card combo because he has to clear the stun. I think he's left with 1 energy, right? So instead of clearing the stun last round, he decides not to clear it, and that could have been an extra card in this round, which would have been a Scarab and put that Dusk down to 30 health, but he missed the opportunity not playing a Nemo in the last round, and it looks like it's going to cost him. Will that be the game? He definitely would have been able to take the game down in the last round, but it's round 8 and he has 3 energy, and it looks like that 3 energy will be enough to take down the invincible poison team of Ricardo. So it's currently 1-2 for in Ricardo's favor, but Tiax is making a little bit of a comeback, making this exciting, not making it a quick clean sweep, and let's see whether he can make the reverse sweep and take the win from Ricardo's hands. I'll be honest with you guys, when I saw the bird, I wasn't excited. I thought, like, this is desperation. Can he make it with this bird? With the card draw at the start, not getting any bird cards, it looked dire. It looked very, very dire. But the last one coming in when he was on the last stand, dealing that extra like 220, 230 damage to that reptile was key. I think it was still a missed opportunity not clearing that stun the round before, but it looks like it didn't matter in the end, and Tiax is able to make to create a win from that game, making it 1-2. But the reptile was dead already, right? I think the reptile was dead already. Let's have a look at that game again. Let's see whether that was the good play. Let's see. Let's see if you guys are right. I see a couple of things talking about here. Now, one thing that I want to test out is when he went for the back lane, right? Could he have killed this bird if he went Cerastes, Bonesail, Grass Snake? Because that matters a lot. So let's see how much. He has 262 health. 262 health that we have. So if he went in a different order, could he have killed this bird? So it deals 26, 146, remember that, 146 and 92. That is 238. So I don't think he could have killed it without making it go to a last stand, right? I don't think that was possible. Okay, so you guys are saying that the Dusk was feared. Let's see. Okay, the Dusk was feared, right? But the thing is... Okay, he went for Winkhorn first. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yes. You guys are right. You guys are right. That would have cleared the fear. I missed the fear. I thought that Ricardo wouldn't play a Winkhorn because he's feared. But that makes it very well played from Tiax then. Yeah, you guys are right. Fuck, screen. Okay, basically, Ricardo's Dusk was feared and he played a Winkhorn. So if Tiak was to clear his stun, he would have cleared the fear and his Aqua would have died. So you guys are right. Yeah, you just have to trust me on this one. You'll have to trust me on this one. Looks like we have the 4th game on the way. Let's see whether Ricardo can close it down with a 3-1 win over Tiak, or whether Tiak can produce a reverse sweep in the final and make it 2-2. Looks like he's going for the same team, and Ricardo is sticking to his guns, playing the poison team. Has anything changed on this team? Looks like nothing has changed. Did I not change the screen? Looks like everything is alright. Alright, let's jump into it. We see the Insectivore in round 1. Same start. We see the Cattail, we see the Golda coming through, and we see the Caterpillar. Already 4 stacks of poison will be inflicted at the end of round 1 to Tiak's Dusk, right? We see the last one, and we see the Sandal coming through to attack this plant of Ricardo's. Now it's down to 79 health, but he got 6 stacks of poison on that Dusk. He doesn't get any serious value, which is crucial right here. And now what will happen? He already used his pumpkin, so there's less of a chance that he has a pumpkin, right? And now Tiak can move in and use his eggshell to sacrifice this bird. Not that it would have mattered, because Ricardo would have went for the back door anyway. So that bird is now as good as dead, and we are in a 2v2 situation where the Aqua has to pretty much deal with the reptile and the Dusk on its own, because the Dusk has 6 stacks of poison, so he's not going to be alive for much longer. Double Acro and double Scarab almost takes this reptile down. It's down to 59 health, and let's see whether the Dusk has enough damage to kill it. If he has Caterpillar queued up, it looks like it's going to be enough, and we are in a mirror situation. Dusk on the backline of Ricardo versus a 6 poison stack Dusk of Tiak and an Aqua. Now he has less cards to work with. There's already 4 poison stacks on him. He goes for the Golda, he goes for the Sandal. That's not going to do that much. He doesn't destroy any energy, but does inflict a little bit of damage. Now Tiak is in a terrible spot. He actually has to use a Piranha to clear the stun. He didn't draw a Nemo. He does do a little bit of damage, but is that going to be enough? Winkhorn, Grass Snake, and then a Chomp to stun that Aqua in the back, and then we see a double Cattail. Unfortunately, double Cattail doesn't do that much. All it does is make your Aqua weak, and it kills your Dusk. So we are looking at a critical strike on the last card. If that wasn't a crit, Ricardo would have taken the win, but it is Tiak taking the 4th game, making it 2-2, and we got an exciting game 5 coming up. Whoa, what a game. What a game, right? Imagine he killed his own Dusk using the double Cattail so that he can draw 3 damage cards on his Aqua. One of them was a Nemo. He goes for the kill, which only happens if he critically strikes. There wasn't another way to win this game other than having a critical strike. It looks like the tide is turning on Ricardo. He went 2-0 up, but now Tiak made it 2-2. Lucky or not, it's 2-2, and game number 5 is going to be exciting. Is it going to be Ricardo pulling a win with his infamous poison team, or is it going to be Tiak making the full-on reverse sweep with his bird acro team, beating Ricardo for the first time and taking down 7,500 SLP? He drew a double Cattail. It was unfortunate, but the luck came back to him on that critical strike. He couldn't win in battles v3. If there's no crits, he couldn't. LFCarry Kirito, you said you will go bold if Tiak wins this tournament. I'll hold you up to that one. I'll hold you up to that one. Amazing finals. Yeah, we couldn't have asked for anything better, right? It was 2-0, then it's 2-2, and now we are waiting for the 5th and final game. Whether it's a crit in this game, whether it's luck, whether it's poison stacks, we will have a winner at the end of this game. We will know who's taking 7,500 SLP, and we will know who's taking 3,750. Final game of LFCarry Axie Infinity Open 2nd edition. There will be one more tournament from LFC, which will provide you with another chance to compete for 7,500 SLP, and if you make it to the top 8, you will have an invite to the All-Star game, which has 50,000 SLP prize pool. I love it when it comes to the final game. Yeah, it's a good feeling for the viewers, but the person that loses this game, it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good if you lose game number 5, but oh, who's to blame? Who's to blame? There's definitely plenty of games that you can analyze after this tournament, see if you could have made anything better. It's hard to catch it when you cast in it live, but some of these games definitely could have been played a little bit better, cleaned up a little bit in the final stages. But Ricardo is doing the best that he can to take a win with the poison deck, and then Tiak is changing his teams, he's finding ways, and let's see whether he can do it one more time. Come on, give us that 5th and final game. It looks like we are getting ready to load up in that 5th and final game to see whether Tiak can make it a reverse sweep or whether Ricardo will finally pull back into his usual ways of just taking wins with his poison deck. We are just about ready to go and find out who takes it. And we have the game. We have the game open. Alright guys, who are your bets on? Type in the chat. 1 for Tiak, 2 for Ricardo. Looks like the teams haven't changed. So on the right we have Ricardo, who has pulled out the first 2 wins in game number 1 and game number 2 with the same poison decks, and Tiak on the left, who has changed his team twice to finally find a winning recipe with the bird at the back, Acro Aqua in the mid, and then a aggressive Goda Caterpillar Sandal front lane Dusk. Round number 1, Ricardo changing up the strat a little bit. He plays a pumpkin, he plays a yam, and he plays a Sirius. It looks like the pressure is getting to him, because in the previous games he would have never played a pumpkin. It might be a little bit of a bias, but he wouldn't have done that in the previous games. Now Tiak is launching a full-on attack with his birds, taking as much damage as he can, taking as much health as he can from that plant, inflicting 5 stacks of poison on his bird. Now the bird already used 4 cards, right? So that's very important to remember. Now Ricardo can actually choose to ignore that bird because it does have 5 stacks of poison. So let's see who will be on top of it on round number 4. Looks like Tiak is deciding to use the eggshell, while Ricardo did go for the back door. So the Toothless Raid feels like it's a little bit wasted. I feel like he didn't need to play the Toothless Raid. He could have just moved in with a different card and inflict a little bit more damage. Now that bird will definitely be dead, but Tiak plays an eggshell in the perfect moment. Ricardo wastes 2 chumps. He wastes 2 chumps. Now, he doesn't have a double chump to protect himself. Chump is the highest shield card that he has available, and now Tiak launches an attack playing 2 scarabs and an acro with an emo, taking 300 health off of the dusk of Ricardo. Now he retaliates with a double furball as well as a chump to stun the aqua of Tiak, but Tiak with 4 energy, he will be able to take that stun down, then use the double acro and a scarab to take the win over Ricardo, making the reverse sweep and taking down 7,500 SLP in the LFCarry tournament. What a game, what a series from Tiak. Beautiful, beautiful end to the tournament. Reverse sweep. You can call him lucky for that crit in game number 4 with the acro to take the win. You can say a lot of things about Tiak, but at the end of the day, he is a winner of the tournament. And that is going to be it. That's all we have. Tiak, well done to you. Well done to everyone that took part. You did make yourself go out there and play an Axie Infinity tournament. Some of you had the opportunity to play for the first time. Everyone in the top 8 has a spot in the All-Star tournament. Every single semi-finalist takes home 1,500 SLP. Ricardo is taking home 3,750 SLP. He can be a little bit disappointing. He was 2-0 up over Tiak, but he couldn't finish it. He couldn't make it over the last hurdle, and Tiak comes back with a team that works, that beats the poison. He makes a reverse sweep, and that's 7,500 SLP going to his pocket, and it will definitely be interesting to see how Tiak can do in the All-Stars tournament. But that will be it for today. Thank you everyone that has been hanging out in the YouTube, in the Twitch. Let me know in my Discord how I did. It was my first time casting a tournament. I think it was alright. We didn't have too many technical issues. Thank you to LFCarry for allowing me the opportunity to cast this tournament, and make sure you join in their Discord to find out when they have a next tournament, so that you can join it and you can appear on the stream and hopefully win it as well. Take care everyone, enjoy the rest of your day, evening or afternoon, wherever you might be. I will see you probably tomorrow on this channel, but this time I will be playing a tournament myself. Thank you everyone. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. Again, thank you to LFCarry